ربكم وجنة عرضها السماوات والأرض أعدت للمتقين الذين ينفقون في السراء والضراء والكاظمين الغيظ والعافين عن الناس والله يحب المحسنين والذين إذا فعلوا فاحشة أو ظلموا أنفسهم ذكروا الله فاستغفروا لذنوبهم فاحشة أو يغفر الذنوب إلا الله ولم يصروا على ما فعلوا وهم فاستغفروا لذنوبهم فاحشة أولئك جزاؤهم مغفرة من ربهم وجنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ونعم أجر العاملين قد خرجت من قبلكم سنن فسيحوا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة المكذبين هذا بيان للناس وهدى وموعظة في الأرض فانظروا كيف صدق الله العظيم هذا بيان للناس وهدى وموعظة في الأرض
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الأفاضل، يسعدنا ويشرفنا أن نرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في رحاب هذا الملتقى الوطني تمكين عمان من الداخل، القيمة المحلية كركيزة للنمو المستدام، الذي تنظمه كلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية بجامعة السلطان قابوس. تشهد السلطنة اهتماما متزايدا بتعظيم القيمة المحلية باعتبارها إحدى الركائز الأساسية لتحقيق النمو المستدام الاقتصادي من خلال تحفيز الإنتاج الوطني وتعزيز القيمة المضافة المحلية وتمكين الكفاءات الوطنية بما يتوافق مع مستهدفات رؤية عمان 2040. ويأتي هذا الملتقى كمنصة وطنية تجمع بين نخبة من الخبراء والمختصين والأكاديميين من مختلف القطاعات لمناقشة الإنجازات والتحديات والفرص المستقبلية وبحث السبل الكفيلة بتعظيم القيمة المحلية وتعزيز دورها في بناء اقتصاد وطني متنوع ومستدام يواكب تطلعات القيادة الحكيمة نحو مستقبل أكثر ازدهارا. والآن ندعو الدكتور المختار بن سيف بن محمد العبري عميد كلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية ليلقي الكلمة الافتتاحية، فليتفضل الدكتور مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فارس بن تركي آل سعيد الموقر، أصحاب السمو، الضيوف الكرام، الزملاء والطلبة الأعزاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في مستهل هذا الملتقى الوطني تمكين عمان من الداخل، القيمة المحلية كركيزة للنمو المستدام، والذي تنظمه كلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية بجامعة السلطان قابوس في إطار دورها في دعم الجهود الوطنية في هذا المجال. أيها الحضور الكريم، تعد القيمة المحلية إحدى الركائز الأساسية لتحقيق النمو الاقتصادي المستدام، وقد أولت القيادة الحكيمة لمولانا جلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه اهتماما خاصا بهذا الجانب، إيمانا من جلالته بدور الإنفاق المحلي كمحرك للتنمية الاقتصادية ومصدر لتعزيز سلاسل الإمداد الوطنية وتمكين المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، بما يسهم في بناء اقتصاد متنوع ومستدام. وفي هذا الإطار أولت جامعة السلطان قابوس وكلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية على وجه الخصوص اهتماما كبيرا بدعم أجندة القيمة المحلية الوطنية، فقد بادرت الكلية بالتعاون مع شركة تنمية نفط عمان إلى إنشاء برنامج دراسات عليا في إدارة الأعمال بتخصص القيمة المحلية، والذي يحتفي هذا العام ولله الحمد بتخريج أولى دفعاته في خطوة تجسد التزام الجامعة بدعم مسيرة التنمية الوطنية وبناء الكفاءات المتخصصة في هذا المجال. كما شاركت كوادر الكلية بفاعلية في عدد من المبادرات الوطنية ذات الصلة بالمحتوى المحلي، وأسهمت من خلال بحوث ودراسات متخصصة في تحليل أثر القيمة المحلية على الاقتصاد الوطني وتعزيز تنافسيته واستدامته. يأتي هذا الملتقى امتدادا لهذه الجهود ليكون منصة وطنية للحوار وتبادل الخبرات بين الأكاديميين والخبراء وصناع القرار وممثلي مختلف الجهات في القطاع العام والخاص لمناقشة تقدم المحرز والتحديات القائمة والخروج برؤى وأفكار مبتكرة تسهم في تعظيم الأثر الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والبيئي للقيمة المحلية. سيتضمن الملتقى هذا اليوم متحدثا رئيسيا يستعرض التجارب الوطنية والدولية في بناء منظومات متكاملة للقيمة المحلية، تليه 3 جلسات حوارية تتناول موضوع من أبعاده المختلفة: البعد الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، وبعد الحوكمة والمساءلة، والبعد البيئي والاستدامة. كما يتضمن الملتقى عرضا للملصقات العلمية التي يقدمها عددا من طلبة الماجستير وأعضاء هيئة التدريس بالكلية، تبرز من خلالها رؤى وتطبيقات مبتكرة في مجال القيمة المحلية وتدعم المرحلة القادمة من تنفيذ السياسات الوطنية في هذا المجال. وفي الختام أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فارس بن تركي آل سعيد الموقر على رعايته الكريمة لهذا الملتقى، كما أتوجه بالشكر إلى جميع الجهات المشاركة والمتحدثين والخبراء على مساهماتهم القيمة، والشكر موصول إلى اللجنة المنظمة للملتقى والراعي على دعمهم الكريم، داعيا الله أن يوفقنا جميعا لما فيه خير عماننا الغالية، وأن يكون هذا الملتقى منطلقا لمزيد من التعاون والشراكة نحو اقتصاد وطني مستدام وممكن من الداخل. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حضورنا الكريم، ننتقل الآن إلى كلمة المتحدث الرئيس في هذا الملتقى، وهو الفاضل كريس ماكدونالد، المدير العام لشركة أويندو سولاريس في سلطنة عمان. يعد الفاضل كريس إحدى القيادات البارزة والخبراء المتمرسين في تطوير استراتيجيات المحتوى المحلي للقطاعي العام والخاص، ويمتلك خبرة تمتد لأكثر من 15 عاما في مجالات القيمة المحلية المضافة ICV والمسؤولية الاجتماعية للشركات وقياس الأثرين الاجتماعي والاقتصادي في سلطنة عمان. فليتفضل مشكورا بإلقاء كلمته. Welcome Mr. Chris to the stage.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sabah al-khair. That's about all of my Arabic, I'm afraid, but a little bit more. So yeah, I'm Chris. Hopefully, I think what was said there was I've been around Oman for quite a while. One of the early founders of ICV in Oman with some of my friends here today. And what I want to look at really is, I was asked to give my views on ICV and the state of ICV in Oman. Now, we've done great things. We're still doing great things, particularly in oil and gas. With MEM, 1.8 billion to SMEs last year. PDO, 4.8 billion in ICV to date. Oman standing at oil and gas, standing at something like 33% value retained in country. So that means for every dollar we spend in oil and gas or energy, 33% stays in Oman. When we started ICV, that figure was 18%. So 18 cents in every dollar went out of the country. I've just given you the figure for the industry. Others are doing slightly better. PDO, 47%. Dalil is around the same. Omanization, fantastic. 17,000 jobs, 17,900 jobs being created. Oil and gas, or energy, I must say energy. Energy's 89% Omanized. Others are above 89%, in the mid to high 90s. That's fantastic. So we're doing a great, great job. But I wanted to look at where we're not doing quite so well, because that's how we improve. No point in continually congratulating ourselves. No, we have to move forward. So my focus today is looking at what the private sector can do to help our case for ICV in Oman. And the way I've approached it is I've taken the original 7 ICV elements that we introduced. I realize these are now reduced to 4, which is what I'd always said, so I looked at the original 7, traffic light them. Oh, I've got this thing. Traffic light lit them. As you can see, so we are doing well. But there's one area which I think we're not doing well enough in, and that's in research, development, and innovation, or knowledge transfer. It's one of the 7. It's the bottom one, I think. It's not in the existing 4. I think that's something we have to look at, because there is so much to be done in research and development and innovation. I was talking with one of my panelists in the Majlis before we came out, and he mentioned that he had been speaking to a company from a Southeast Asian country, and they were telling them all about what they did in research, development, and innovation. And I asked them one simple question: how much are they doing in Oman? Nothing. So if you look at the oil and gas companies also, how much research and development are they doing in Oman? Is it enough? I don't know. So I'm going to give the example of what we intend to do as a Wendio Solaris. And I only give this as an example. I am not here to promote a Wendio Solaris. I've had the privilege of, with the board of a Wendio Solaris, they agreed to adopt my views on what we should do. So you'll see some of these views in what we start to call the solar PV ecosystem. And I'll come back onto that in a minute. So the one I'm going to focus on is national training education. Basically research, development, and innovation. So one of my friends in the audience here will remember us talking about conventional ICV versus unconventional ICV. Now, conventional ICV, we've cracked. We're very good at in Oman. That's procurement of goods and services, that's Omanization, training. There's a lot more to be done in other sectors, but in oil and gas, certainly they're very good at it. But the unconventional aspect for me of ICV is to look at the areas that we're not doing anything on. And that's what I've termed as an ecosystem. So this is where we've proposed this to the government, Invest Oman, Future Fund Oman, OIA, as part of our ICV plan for our factory in Sohar, that we want to lead the development of this solar PV ecosystem. Now, why is this a paradigm shift? It's paradigm because we're not waiting on the government. We shouldn't be waiting on the government. We're partners with the government, but the private sector has to step up. They're very good at following, but we have to change the mindset and get them to start leading. And I want us to lead in solar PV. I've discussed what you're going to see shortly. I've discussed this with the VP for Sustainability in Sohar Port. And he says it's totally aligned with their thinking. I haven't seen what they were thinking of, but it's common sense when you see it. So we intend to look after they intend to create a renewables ecosystem in Sohar. I've said, let us lead the solar PV element of that ecosystem. Others can lead other parts. Inshallah, we get green hydrogen, etc. But let us look at pulling people together to lead on solar. The things that are different about our approach is that I'm already talking with some of our competitors. I'm telling them what we're thinking of. One nationality think I'm crazy. They say, Chris, you're crazy. No, we need to do this. We need to collaborate. We need to work together to look at the challenges and the opportunities, particularly around research and development and innovation. We have to bring that R&D into Oman. I'll show you how we propose to do it in a second. I've been going around Omani investors, not the banks, not the funds, but families and companies, to try and get them to invest in our company. And people think, well, why are you doing that? Just go to the banks. That's not enough. We have to get our Omani investors investing in future developments in the country. I was with one head of a family business on Thursday, and he's looking at investing in us. And he said, but what's the benefit, apart from the returns we get, what's the benefit of us investing in you? I said, well, if you invest in us, you will have a seat on the board. And I said, I've just met your son. Lovely man. I guarantee you, as the head of the family, won't sit in the board. It'll be your son that will sit in the board. And he said, yes. I said, well, your son will get exposed to all sorts of different techniques and methods that are used in international business to hopefully help him look at how to bring in new technologies, other innovation. We've got a very proud history in Oman of being traders. We've got a very great trading history. Is there enough manufacturing? Is there enough research and innovation done? Trading will always be part of our history. We need trading. But we need to also build the economy through manufacturing, and a lot of that manufacturing should be in new technologies. But to get the new technologies, we have to do the research and development in Oman. We've developed, I know RIADA, or the Authority for SME Development. I know them well. I've had lots of dealings with them over the years. 1.8 billion from oil and gas energy into SMEs. Very good. But it's not enough. We've put forward an SME development program for solar to actually work and develop solar SMEs that will supply our business. We're also talking to some of the larger companies in Oman. And I won't mention names, but one, for example, if you just think of the value chain, the supply chain of a solar panel, one of the key elements of it is the aluminium frame round it. Now, when I speak to some of our competitors, of course, they do not make these in Oman. Why not? We've got, I'll mention one name, NAPCO, fantastic company. They can easily do it. I've spoken to the CEO of NAPCO. We've given them our design specs. They can meet them all. So we certainly will not be importing foreign aluminium. Same comes, I'll just stick with that one as one example. But there are others that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to our international partners about their role in helping develop our Omani companies. This is, you might think, oh, he's just talking nice words. People that know me know I mean this. But we, as a private sector, we have to take the lead. And I'll repeat this several times. You'll see a bit later on what we're doing on professional solar PV qualifications and accreditation. We want to work with SQU. We want to work with all the universities to look at the qualifications we need the graduates coming out with to make it easier for us to employ them. We'll still employ them, but if they meet the international standards, it makes it easier and quicker for them to get right into the workforce. Vocational skills training, I've also been speaking to some of the vocational skills colleges about what we have to do there, or what we might have to do there in training operators, in training people in the lower level jobs in solar factories. This is a solar factory, it's not solar farms. One of the things that I'm very proud of working with the company I'm with is that in other factories around the world, we have got what we call a solar academy. That's an academy that sits in the boundary fence of the factory. And why do we do that? It reminds me back to my days in PDO when I'd go and talk to some of the so-called the technical discipline heads, and I'd say, how are the new batch of graduates doing? Oh, the electricians can't even wire a plug. I say, well, they're not taught to wire plugs. They're taught science. It's our job to teach them how to do the more mechanical jobs of what's expected. So and I've spoken already with Professor Haj in the engineering school, we will be taking our graduates and sticking with electrical. We'll take electrical graduates, but we'll bring them into our solar academy and make them solar PV electricians. So they hit the workforce, they come into the workforce quicker, and they have more satisfaction as well, because they'll be enjoying what they're doing because they're qualified to work and deliver. So that, having the solar academy is, I just hope we get the chance to build here. Now we come to solar photovoltaics, research, development, and innovation. We have set up, and a lot of it is based on an old model that we introduced in oil and gas for vocational training, which didn't really work, but I've taken that concept and we are doing it as a window where basically we've already set up a global solar academic network, which I'll explain in a bit more detail. And the first one we've got is in Canada. It's with the 3 top universities in Canada, technical universities in Canada, that do applied research. We're also talking to universities in Germany and Switzerland. I've had very initial discussions here in Oman about having the same, because we want to have a solar research and development facility in Oman. That will be collaborating very, very closely with academia, with industry, and government, of course. And I'll explain that in a bit more detail. But this exists already. So it's not, again, nice words from Chris. This exists. We're doing it. We want to bring it to Oman. Oops, what did I do there? this is a schematic of what I've just said. So how all of these different actors come together and work with us as the solar PV ecosystem. As I said, I hope we get to build this factory, because I want to lead this. I want us to lead it. I want Awendo to lead it with our technical partners and with our competitors and the other people in the market. So this Awendo Solaris Research and Development Global Collaboration Network, as I said, we've already got it in Canada, US, and Germany's not quite there yet, but we're looking at it with Germany. Who should be in that network in Oman? That's for us to decide, not for me to decide. I've put examples up there, but how do we do it in Oman? What's best for Oman? Who are the best academic institutions to be in it in Oman, be in this network in Oman? Because we will provide research facilities. We will provide a small solar manufacturing, solar panel manufacturing plant, so we can actually test the research. The reason we're doing it in Oman is because this will be our, and we're not going to have any other factories in the Gulf, but there'll be lots of solar panels in the Gulf, and the Gulf has got specific challenges. We've got dust, we've got excessive heat, etc. We've got, well, that's enough just now. That research should be done in Oman. We will get that done in Oman. I'm just giving you a chance to read that, but I understand the questions are later. I can see a few people got questions. So how would this innovation, solar innovation hub, so we call it solar, which is not particularly original, but it's solar open for applied research. Solar open lab for applied research. We want to have one of these in Oman. And this is totally aligned with Vision 2040. We're looking at how to diversify the economy through solar. We're looking at bringing in knowledge. We're looking at bringing in technologies. We've also got our own lecturers that we can bring in who already work with, the most recent one I read about working in Turkey, a plant in Turkey, working with some of the top universities in Turkey about how they might want to tweak their curricula to meet the needs of the industry. So we'll have local research partners led, inshallah, by us, Awendo Solaris, but led by the industry, led by the private sector. We have got international, as I said, we've got Germany, Canada, US, and Germany coming up. The most advanced is Canada, I'll be honest. But that is an opportunity for our researchers to go to other research units across the world, for us to bring experts in from other parts of the world into our research unit here as well. And this is, I realize I'm talking to a room of experts on this. So this is our ideas, we need to fine-tune them. But this is to show the intent of how we're going to do it. And it's all about collaboration. It will be a technical training center. We'll also be running technical training in this center. So as well as a solar academy, we'll also do specific technical training on whatever the development is, to make sure that when that development goes live, our people can actually implement it. As I said, we'll have an experimental production line. I realize we've got the Industrial Innovation Academy with Madine, which is a great advance. I fully applaud it. I've not had a chance to meet them yet, but I remember previously when I went to COM, there was no real prototype testing facilities. We need to be able to enable our entrepreneurs, our innovators, to actually build a prototype and test it in the field, test it in the production line, in our case. that will be in this solar entity. And we will gradually build the international network. We are also talking about setting up a plant in Brazil, so that will bring in South America. And we've already invested many $1 million in the Canadian equivalent of this with the government. Inshallah, we can do the same in Oman. We will invest, and our other partners will invest to fund this. So the other private sector will invest to fund this, but also we'll be looking to the government to help us as well. Whether that's a national employment fund or however we do it, but we will be looking to work with the government on it. This is just a little bit of how this Open Innovation Hub would work. We've got a massive R&D organization called RCT. RCT are based in Germany. They have designed and built in excess of 75 gigawatts of factories around the world. 75 gigawatts is massive. A lot of that is in China. Half of that's in China. So when I talk about the Chinese, I think it's unfair competition, but they get it done. They're doing it. There's a lot we can learn from them. But RCT, when I spoke about us helping universities, the founder of RCT is Professor Peter Wath, German. Peter is a visiting professor around many universities on solar. Peter and his people train the trainers in our solar academy. Whatever we develop, whether I was just talking in the Majlis about the possibility of how we address dust in Oman. And speaking to some of our researchers, they're talking about how we can actually magnetize the solar panel face to repel the dust. Now that's in its very, very early stages, but that's something we could work on in Oman. Maybe you're doing it already in the university, I don't know. But we're certainly just talking about it. But whatever we design, whatever we develop, we prototype it, we test it, we make it commercial. We get the Omani IP on that item. I'm just conscious of time. Training, how to go back? I don't intend to go through this in detail, but we've got a complete curriculum of solar PV training for our management, for our supervisors, for our technicians, for our operators. And this is just to demonstrate that people can have these slides later, but it's to demonstrate that we're not just talking about it, we're actually doing this. We've done it. We're doing it now. We're developing this in Turkey. Not developing, we're delivering this in Turkey just now. So that's the fundamentals that everybody gets. Then there's specific training for our management, which is at a different level to the training that we would give to our specialized training, which are operators, technicians. So I think really I'd just like to say that why this is a paradigm is because it should be led by the private sector in collaboration with the government and Omani academia. If that's happening already, I'm not aware of it. And if it is happening already, we will learn from it. And I'm getting the time to stop the message. So, shukran jazilan.
أشكر الفاضل كريس ماكدونالد على كلمته القيمة وما تضمنته من رؤى مهمة وأفكار ملهمة تسهم في إثراء النقاش حول سبل تعزيز القيمة المحلية في سلطنة عمان. وندعو الآن صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور أدهم بن تركي آل سعيد الموقر مدير الجلسة الحوارية الأولى للملتقى بعنوان المحور الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، النمو الشامل وتوليد القيمة المحلية، وبمشاركة كل من الدكتورة ريا الحجرية رئيس تطوير الأعمال والمحتوى المحلي بهيئة المشاريع والمناقصات والمحتوى المحلي، الفاضل كريس ماكدونالد المدير العام لأويندو سولاريس، المهندس خالد القصابي مدير عام الصناعة بوزارة التجارة والصناعة وترويج الاستثمار، الفاضل محمد المخيني مدير المحتوى المحلي بالشركة العمانية للغاز المسال. مرحبا بكم جميعا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. في البداية طبعا صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فارس بن تركي آل سعيد، الدكتور المختار العبري عميد الكلية، الإخوة والأخوات من الكادر الأكاديمي والإداري في كلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية، طلبة والطالبات، أحب أن أرحب فيكم في الجلسة الأولى بإذن الله لملتقانا اليوم في الحديث أكثر عن القيمة المحلية المضافة في سلطنة عمان ودورها في الجانب الاقتصادي والاجتماعي كذلك. أستسمحكم عذرا بستخدم اللغة الإنجليزية بما أنه معنا كريس يتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية وبعض الزملاء كذلك يتحدثوا باللغة الإنجليزية، فتكون المشاركة أوسع بإذن الله. بيكون خلال الجلسة بناخذ بريك في مقطع أو مقطعين اللي ممكن إذا عندكم أسئلة معينة. أتمنى الطلبة والطالبات يشاركونا بأسئلتهم كذلك لنستفيد من الخبرات. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have you today here, Your Highness, Dr. Mukhtar, colleagues, students. Welcome to this session where we'll be discussing the economic and social impact of ICV in Oman. I encourage students to ask questions when we take question breaks during the session, inshallah ta'ala. So if you allow me to start with, I would like to welcome our colleagues today. I'll just grab my notes. There's been a few changes to the attendees, but I think we're good for now. Yes. So on my right, Dr. Raya Al-Hajriya, she's the head of R&D, local content at, and this is a challenging, longest name in Oman, I think right now, the Authority for Projects, Local Content, and I'm sure there's something else there that I'm missing up. It's right? Excellent. Engineer Khalid Al-Qasabi, thank you very much for being with us. DG of Industry in Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion. And Engineer Khalid is also a PDO alumni as well. Christopher McDonald, MD of Awindio Solara, am I saying that right? Yeah. All right, and obviously we're going to jump into some of those insights. And Mr. Mohammed Al-Mukhaini, who is ICV General Manager at Oman LNG. Now, Chris, I'd like to start with you and ground us a little bit, because you've spoken about quite interesting concepts of what we can do with ecosystems. But I want to take a couple of steps back and start with what is ICV? If you were to define it in a couple of sentences, how can we put our head around it?
I'll start with the definition we gave in 2011, 2012. If I was to redefine that now, I would write it very differently. But the way that the classical, the way that the definition, which we use in all the sectors in Oman today, and I wrote it down because I would never remember it, is the total spend retained in country that benefits business development, human capability development, and stimulates productivity in the Omani economy. So all of these elements are excellent. I just think there's not enough in that definition to look at new technologies, research and development, as I mentioned earlier, and I think we're not pushing enough on collaboration. We can only be successful if we collaborate across academia, government, private sector. And I don't really see that happening enough in my experience. I've already been told that LNG are doing something on solar training. Great, I didn't know that. So there's probably a lot of other things happening that I'm not aware of, but that's the definition.
Right, so I'd like to carry on from that just one step further when you've spoken about within the ecosystem R&D and training and whatnot as the non-conventional ICV. But we've also seen equally in oil and gas, a lot of these elements coming together. So not too far from where we are right now, there's a training center for oil and gas that has been working in collaboration, not only with oil and gas industry, but with other industries as well, and enabling some of those. SQU is not the only R&D sort of station, if I may call it so. Quite next to us is Innovation Park Muscat, which has been working on developing things like prototyping and whatnot. The way we look at ICV today, do you think these definitions create blind spots that we're unaware what others are doing within this broader ecosystem? Are we not connecting the dots? Our definitions are little prisons, if you like, mental prisons?
I think why do we have a policy? Why do we have definitions? The definitions to make it clear to everybody that's involved in whatever it is, be it ICV, exactly what is meant by ICV. And what we have to remember is that when we have a foreign direct investor looking at coming to Oman, we as Oman are competing with other countries to get that investment. So we have to make sure that we make it very clear to that investor what we expect of them. And I think the definition as it is today just doesn't give that clarity.
Right, and I think that's quite important so that we're all on the same page. Which brings me to you, Doctor. Obviously, you're in an institution responsible for ICV.
Yes.
And it's been mandated. But, it's easy to have a name on an institution and then you're given a mandate. But how does this link to the broader picture in Oman? Where does it fit in our vision, 2040?
Okay.
And with the broader mandate of the authority itself, are we talking in the same language when we're talking about those? Or is there anything else from your end, from the policy perspective, that you could shed a bit more light on what Oman means for ICV?
First of all, we changed the terminology from ICV to local content because we believe local content it's more general. ICV it's the same, the items, the conditions. But when we say local content, it's mean to general contents that in local, like whether it is training, education, social, every single in Oman. Your question, which is ICV, it's aligned with the Oman Vision 2040? Yes, it is aligned because the main condition is economy, education, how we grow education growth. So yeah, it's aligned with Oman Vision 2040. We are consider how to empowering SMEs, how we train job seeker, how we create jobs in tenders and procurement government contracts. So yes, my question is yes.
All right. So thanks for that, Dr. Raya. But this would quickly bring me to Engineer Khalid. What Dr. Raya had mentioned basically puts everyone in this broader ecosystem. Everyone becomes a stakeholder, not simply the authority, but private sector, government, and whatnot. But this is a bit of a challenge because each institution is working on one version of local content. So from the Ministry of Commerce, one of the critical programs is supporting and developing local products. So made in Oman, buy local. Is that, again, the same as saying local content? This is no longer procurement, this is product development, export development, and whatnot. What would be your perspective on local content as a broad sort of category?
Okay, good morning, and obviously assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning. I would like to start by thanking Sultan Qaboos University for arranging this prestige event and talking about the ICV. ICV, it is in the blood of everyone. Everyone is practicing ICV. Sometimes maybe we don't feel it, and sometimes maybe we feel, but we can do more. For the last 1 month, I'm very pleased to tell you that I have attended 2 great events, maybe which is supporting the ICV. One was last week, which was conducted by the Public Authority of Project and tenders and local content, and the other one 1 month back, which is celebrating the ICV as well, which was organized by multiple stakeholders, which means the culture is there, the collaboration is there, people started using this. So if I go back to the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, and align with the Oman Vision 2040, we have like tailored a customized strategy for the industrial, and it is called Industrial Strategy 2040, which come like to serve the objective of Oman Vision 2040 when it comes to economic diversification, sustainable development, people development, and investment attraction and localization. So this Industrial Strategy 2040, it was developed by many stakeholders when it comes from private sector and also the government sector and also the academia people. So more than 30 units participating to developing the industrial strategy, and it was endorsed by His Majesty Sultan Qaboos, Sultan Haytham bin Tariq last year on May 24 exactly. And what happened? That strategy comes having multiple pillars, and one of the pillars is to enhance and support ICV. And as you can see, the ICV is coming in all dimensions. When we talk about the industry,
And Engineer Khalid, I'll have to interrupt, and I often do this when I'm moderating these things, right? Because there's a thought in my head to say that the Ministry of Commerce specifically, as a key stakeholder in developing the policies related to Omani products and how they're marketed, etc., would that take us to an area where we're talking not local content anymore, but protectionism?
okay.
And looking inward, as unfortunately some policymakers will talk about import substitution. Let's replace foreign products by local products. Would that go against some of the things we heard about the collaborations earlier on? That we're in an open world, that trade has, is very important for Oman. Competition or co-opetition, if one would call it that.
Okay, see, the ministry is doing multiple initiatives, and if if I refer back to the strategy, sorry for that, but we have like more than 265 initiatives. 31 of these initiatives is to support the local content, and we call it ICV plan. And if we go like deeply on that, it's going to evaluate the imported products and what can be replaced. This is one. The second thing, when it comes to the development of local people, so our capabilities, we have one initiative called ITقان, and this is coming across all the layers for the graduates, for the students and university students, and the other thing that building like the capabilities in the existing jobs. For example, when it comes for the upskilling, reskilling of the staff. This is one thing. The other thing that I guess most of you have seen, there is one initiative about Made in Oman, and we have seen the logo of Made in Oman in most of the projects. I can tell you that we have the product like registered in the ministry with simple steps. When we have like more than 20% contribution of the ICV, they can get the brand of ICV.
I want to come to those specifics a little later on
Okay.
in time, but thanks for highlighting that. I was looking to see whether the ministry is trying to balance between those two, protecting Omani products and developing them. Mohammed, I want to come to you because we've heard that private sector needs to play a role. Well, it's argued whether OLNG is private or public or a bit of both, but oil and gas has generally led ICV in Oman and set the theme for that. But arguably, not every sector in Oman can replicate what oil and gas has done. But let's first hear about what you're doing as part of OLNG and how heavy industry can create value domestically, or you might have certain challenges we can explore a little bit later on.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for the kind invite. And I think this is a very critical question, is how do we take the experiences from the oil and gas to the other sectors? Because the oil and gas has grown. And this is what I call enablers. The oil and gas has set a number of enablers in terms of how things are done, in terms of training and development, and the results of that are recorded. So I think there's a number of great experiences that the oil and gas sector, or the energy sector as today it's called, has installed a structure of how to do things, and mainly of how to fit where the gap is. So identify the gaps, where are the skills that are required, which SMEs, which businesses are required to develop.
Can you give us an example of what type of SMEs would work with Oman LNG, for example? And I'm thinking this is liquefied natural gas.
Indeed.
There are pipes that bring gas to you.
Yes.
You liquefy it, you send it on these highly specialized ships that go to.
Indeed.
Where do they fit in your value chain?
Indeed. So if I can divide it into two parts, there is this what we call original equipment manufacture, like the gas turbines, the heat exchangers, which are basically technology now based and are bought from outside. And their maintenance requires their own manufacturers to carry out. So half of this business is something that, to be honest, we cannot localize. And this is all across, not only for Oman.
And this is a capacity issue, I'm assuming.
Capacity issue and the knowledge-based patents, and it takes years of years. Like some of our technicians of OEMs, they're only maybe 27, 28, 25 of age, but they started learning at 15 and 16. So when you see them, you see this guy, he's really young. And you say, how is he working on this complex equipment?
Much like all of us here.
Yes. We are younger, actually. So what happens is, on the other half of the sector, there's facility management, there's small workshops, there's supporting business, there is supply of goods, supply of materials. So there's a wide range. And I think I would, if you allow me, Your Highness, this is where I come to Chris's point about research and development. There will come a time in the future where these parts of ICV will stop, will be stagnant. You don't have any more SMEs to develop. You don't have any more people to train, because everyone is trained. don't do any more ICV? No. That's when R&D comes in. That's where you propel your ICV performance, and you bring in new technology, and you create a technology base. And I think it's known to the ICV sector that the highest value of ICV is when you start exporting services. And that's what R&D helps. When you start export, because now instead of making money inside, you're getting money from outside. And that's the highest part of ICV.
Right, that's interesting, because in my mind I'm thinking, heavy industry is quite complicated when we're talking about steel, gas, oil, and whatnot. Could services be more manageable? So export of services, that experience is led.
Definitely. With the Ministry of Energy and Mining, we're leading an initiative related to the turnarounds, which is a highly specialized maintenance activity. And the highest objective of it is, once we have stabilized it internally, we start to export the service for maintenance within GCC and beyond even. Omanis are very skilled. I have been directly involved with a group of Omanis that were higher diplomas, so 2 years of high school, and we took them through a development program for intrinsically safe equipment, EX equipment. It's a specialized program that examination comes from UK, from abroad, and the success rate of this type of examination is 10%, 20%. They got it from the first exam.
MashaAllah.
And it was only...
And these are high school students?
2 years after high school.
2 years, so it'll be somewhere
higher
between...
diploma.
Oh, sure.
So not even bachelors.
So
and by the way...
would some of our students qualify for these kind of programs?
Definitely. And what happens is, they were not even... We specifically went for the students that are in the range of B, not discounting the A's or the C's, but we thought we wanted to sustain this program because of the high cost, and we thought that these B+ were less likely to get a job in competition with the higher ones. So we thought we wanted...
Don't say that. Our students would ask for higher grades, right?
I think they deserve it.
Absolutely.
So,
thanks for that, Mohammed. We'll come back to some of those points. Chris, I want to change gears a little bit here, because we've spoken about definitions and some of the stakeholders involved and those with the mandates. And it would seem that the mandate is cross-cutting, sectoral, government agencies, private sector as well. But let's talk numbers a little bit. You've given us some interesting numbers on how much PDO spends, 4-point-something billion Omani riyals. Time frame is, I think, important to be mindful of that. But before you give me more information, let's put some more, let's anchor those numbers a little bit. When we're talking about 4 to 5 billion, that's about 10% of GDP, right? That's a big number. What are the multipliers like? How come we're still hearing SMEs complaining about the 10% procurement rates not achieved, 5% financing from typical banking system not achieved, government has to kick in things like the Future Fund through OIA. Are we getting the full picture here of the economic impact of local content policies, ICV policies? Or are we finding there are some leakages somewhere that even though we've got 33% on the national level, but the actual impact is less than desired?
Specifically on SMEs, so what I think I said was 1.8 billion in energy was spent in 2024 by the oil and gas sector. PDO, 4.8 billion from inception, not 2024. And is there leakage? There's an awful lot more we can do in terms of looking at the opportunities, but there's also, when you talk about the policy, I think one of the risks we have is non-compliance with that policy. I'm hearing anecdotal evidence of some of our oil and gas companies not applying the 10% in the tenders. Is that true or not? I don't know. But if
the state audit would tell you that's true.
Pardon?
The state audit will tell you non-compliance is existing, and it's been detected, and it's been fined, and it's been, in certain cases, but it doesn't say to what degree. But we do have cases in oil and gas of non-compliance, including PDO itself.
I didn't know that, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
hearing it anecdotally.
Yeah.
Why is that happening? I'm trying to answer your question but another way. Why is that happening? And I think a lot of it, the reasons it's happening is because our generation, Mohammedani's generation, we did a massive amount of training across from the CEO down on the ICV journey. From CEOs down, management teams, etc. And then the people that were actually executing the ICV got a lot more detailed training. But a lot of these people we trained have taken early retirement. We've got a gap. I think we've got a gap. I think we need to go back and actually train a lot of our new managers about what ICV really is. So I don't believe they're making these non-compliances deliberately. Maybe some are. But I think a lot of it's ignorance. They just don't really understand what's expected of them as their peers were when we really pushed ICV.
Is it going back to your first point about our definition isn't coping with the times? We're not all necessarily speaking the same language. Is it oil and gas has its own set of criteria? You've mentioned the 7, and then you've said now we moved on to the 4. Is it evolving and not everyone's catching up? All the stakeholders are doing their own thing?
Correct.
Right. So let me just throw one more before I move on. Are we mixing up CSR, social investment, local content, and I'll come back to you, Engineer Khalid, with let's support the local product? Are these all in the same bowl, one way or the other? Or are these separate, and as I'm in a Department A versus Department B, now we've got ICV specialists. They don't do the same thing as social investment or what used to be called CSR. Are those things colliding with each other at some point, so we're losing some of that impact we're looking for?
They can collide if we're not smart. I mean, if we have to find how to get total alignment between our CSR activities and our ICV or local content activities. An example I'd give of that is when I was the local content manager for Shell in Iraq. And when I arrived in Dubai, 0 budget. My CSR colleagues had a $28 million budget. And I thought, whoa, okay. So I would get a budget next year, but I had 6 months to go until next year. So I then spoke to my CSR colleagues and said, look, we will be training welders, mechanics, etc. in oil and gas for ICV. Can you please ensure that through your CSR activities that you train them to level 1 of an oil and gas welder's training, level 1 of a mechanics training, so that when we need to bring people in, they're already that step ahead. So being aligned between ICV, local content, whatever, and CSR is fundamental.
Absolutely. Thanks.
The beauty is we've now got CSR in the ministry as well.
Yeah. Which arguably, I've been involved in some of these social investment programs in oil and gas. They tend to support SMEs and develop capacity there, which crosses very well with local content, but it's never called local content per se. It's SME development. And so these intersections are not necessarily seen by everyone in the same way. But we'll talk about those challenges, if you allow me, a bit later on. Dr. Raya, I want to come to you a little bit and dig a bit deeper into how the authority, and in your role, see the spillovers in sectors. ICV cannot be contained only in oil and gas. Even oil and gas needs services that are outside the industry. And the same, I'd imagine, with tourism, with logistics, and especially the sort of targeted sector for diversification. How do you see it from your perspective? Is it feasible? Is it something reasonable to see? Or are we still working in these silos, sector silos, and stakeholder silos?
Actually, now with the new name of our institution, now we have a new structure. We publish a national local content office. It will cover all the sectors in Oman, whether it is private or government. It will cover all and will monitor all local content indicators. But it is still first stage. We faced some challenging because, like Mr. Chris says, CSR, we didn't consider it as ICV actually. So we
just gave you a free idea, right?
yes, actually yes. But still, because we are still in the first stage, so we just consider the powering SMEs made in Oman, good surface, training student or job seeker, create jobs. So we faced actually, but we're trying. A few days ago, we give the first ICV certificate.
Okay. Can you tell us about the certificate before you tell me about
yes,
why
because it was like a big achievement for us. It is the first new ICV certificate. It's given for abroad company. We start with the oil and gas sector because they start ICV since 2013, is it? 11. So they already have database, they already have the items, the conditions, so we start from oil and gas sector. But the ICV plan, which we implement in all procurement and project government, is a little bit changed, not like C7, but it is there. We trying to create ICV plan that can implement in any project, any procurement in Oman.
Sounds good. So those certifications basically make you compliant, which I believe will be the next session's governance kind of. Thanks for that, Dr. Ray. Engineer Khalid, I want to come back to this point of, developing capacity, and as specifically the ministry, but the broader programs like NESDAIR as well, which is the national program for development of the private sector, and I believe investment in exports, or whatever they call themselves today. But how do you balance from your perspective, especially that you've been working with industry, the capacity challenges? We understand that industry and specifically manufacturing is one of the key gears to get Oman into economic diversification, etc. Where do you see the challenges or the quick wins or the gains we can have from local content? Do you think it's an automatic process once we've had all the policies and programs, or there are some hurdles that we have to jump over to get to our desired outcomes?
Very good question. See, the industry sector, as you all know, it's contributed to the GDP by 10%. And we put more like expectation that we should be contributing more by 2040, more than 14%. So reaching to that target will not be easy unless we start attracting the FDIs by having the attracted
FDIs while we're trying to create local content.
No, FDIs in order to support the local content. And how we get this, because we have like by the part of the strategy, we like have identified the priority sectors, and they are 30, and they are coming into 3 groups. And as you know that Oman is rich of the natural resources, so this is one of the industries that we put more. And the other thing that the capital intensive industries, and one of them is the solar and renewable, and the third one is the knowledge base. And all these sectors contribute to support us in enhancing the local content. And how this will be done? By providing the required support, incentives, and also will need to, what we have done, and we are in process of doing some review of some regulations and policies in order to support having the right contribution from the sector, because we'll need to attract people, and one of them is to, when we talk to supporting them, is how much they are going to for the employment for the Omanis, and also job creation overall. So, and the other thing that we need to think of how this will be able to get the chance to compete for the all these products to compete for the procurement contracts, and by having the preference of of 10% and plus even mentioned. So there are many incentives supported the industry sector and will need and as you know that the industry sector is coming across all other sectors because it is the enabler for other sectors and it's when it comes to food security and others. So we need to have and to be independent from others. So when we can say that we have reached to our satisfaction when we are independent, we need to build the capabilities, what we need, and also we need to think of going forward to export our products outside as well.
Right. The economist in me will argue against that independent one, but let's keep that for later. I want to come back to you, Mohammed, and talk a little bit on the social side, because you've mentioned about some of the success stories that you've had in the industry, and we've heard the number 17,500 opportunities created, I guess, over the lifetime of these projects with companies like PDO and others. What are our realistic expectations of the social outcomes? We're talking about jobs and creating jobs. Does local content, from your experience, meet those expectations? Or, and again, I'm thinking, when we look at SME development, more than 60 to 80% a few years ago of jobs created in SMEs went to foreign or expat workers because of skills, experience, the type of businesses, or the type of industry, and whether these jobs are attractive for local Omanis or not. Is that, again, let's not just fixate ourselves on oil and gas, but generally speaking, can we create jobs using local content?
Personally, for me, social is community, and community is people in business. And I redefine ICV as finding opportunities and driving them towards growth for two specific elements, business and people. So definitely ICV or local content is made and constructed for people in business. So that's the main objective. So if we fail as an ecosystem to find these opportunities for these two elements, then we are not doing the right thing, or we are not constructing it in the right manner. So I think, I believe, and I have touched on many opportunities that can be created for job opportunities, employment, development, and the same for SMEs, and specifically outside the sector of oil and gas. Of course, within the sector of energy, but there's a future of business, there's a future of jobs, there's the infrastructure. If we talk about infrastructure, water, civil, roads, bridges, or other type of manufacturing, there's a lot of opportunities. However, we have to be very transparent in capturing the supply-demand part of it. We have to know what is the demand. So what projects are coming in? What are the scopes for SMEs? How many people do we need? How many people do we have for this sector? This is a critical element of developing SME and finding opportunities. If basically you are, if you don't have this, you are in a very wide space and you don't know what you're capturing. You don't have that.
That makes a lot of sense to kind of know what you already have. Right. So I want to give you guys a break. Just recollect your thoughts and open the floor for questions. I'll take about 2 or 3 questions. So do we have a microphone that can be passed on to whomever wants to ask a question? You want to take one of ours? Do you want me to throw it to you? All right. That's a good economic proposition right there. All right, so please raise your hand. على اليمين عندك هنا. You can ask the question in Arabic if you're more comfortable, and then I will translate for Chris if it's for Chris. I think he speaks a few more words by now, more than Assalamu alaikum, right?
I can speak French as well if you want.
اتفضل. And please identify yourself, name, and obviously if you're an SQU or a visitor coming.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ibrahim Maouli. I'm a student at SQU studying MBA.
Sorry, is that Ibrahim?
Al-Maouli.
Ibrahim Maouli.
Studying MBA in ICV, the first batch, and I'm proud of that. I would like to thank SQU for hosting and organizing such an event, and this showed the commitment and obligation. And this showed the obligation and commitment toward ICV, which is really appreciated. interesting discussion. I would like to thank Mr. Chris for his presentation. Going back to the...
I'm sorry, Ibrahim, I'm going to be a little bit rude.
Okay.
Get to the question so we can take advantage.
Okay, we are lagging in terms of research and development, and I do agree on that. And the solar PV ecosystem in Suhar is really a real example where we have synergy and collaboration between academy, private, and government. Where you see also, because we have a rich ground of opportunities here in Oman, where this can be replicated also in other sectors, apart from solar. And I can see also artificial intelligence, for instance. So this can be like a case study or success story or a reference for other initiatives.
Ibrahim, you have an assignment and you're taking notes, aren't you? I'll take that question. Chris, do you want to answer that right away? And then we'll move on to the next one. Thank you. Thank you, Ibrahim.
Specifically where I see other sectors, I see the term clusters are developing. There are clusters developing. You've mentioned the renewables, etc. Another one is direct air capture, DAC. We've got the direct air capture in Oman. There's a serious cluster developing on that. And that is technology we have developed in Oman. So it's, again, okay, also developed elsewhere, but we've developed it further in Oman. So where are the opportunities that I think are going to add the most value are the things we haven't thought of yet. That's why we need the research. That's why we need the development. If you just, someone said to me earlier, you know, certain Southeast Asia companies just copy and paste. That's not value. That's not value creation. The example I would give, the best value I could give is Norway. We looked at Norway very closely when we were developing ICV in the very beginning. Norway in 2020 had over $52 billion in Norwegian content. 60% of that went internationally, so exported. And the exported component was technology developed in Norway. So coming back to the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, to develop the economy, we have to look at research development and manufacturing and satisfying the Omani economy and exporting as well.
All right, thanks for that, Chris. Dr. Fahim has a question, and then one of the ladies in the back. Fahim, you can sit down. It's okay.
Yeah, my name is Fahim. Thank you, Your Highness, for the opportunity. I want to thank all the speakers. I think you have given us a really good understanding of ICV. My question is, as with any other practices, I'm sure there are some shortcomings to the practices of ICV or local content requirement. What actions are we taking to overcome those? So, for example, at least in the economics literature, there are problems associated with local content requirement. They discourage, for example, integration into global value chains. They are a good in terms of short-term political wins, but long-term inefficiencies. There are issues of compliance just on paper. There are also other issues. They deter at times FDI because these foreign companies don't want to meet all the local requirements and so on and so forth. So I don't know if, because none of these were mentioned.
I think that was
thanks.
After this round of questions. So you've taken us into the next round of questions. But thanks very much. No, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Dr. Fahim. So anyone wants to take that, Mohammed? Okay.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think if I can, in favor of time, I would try to answer briefly. ICV is not about sponsorship. So ICV is not to be sponsored. ICV needs to be, or local content needs to be competitive. So what do we mean? When you produce something, it should be competitive in price, it should be competitive in manufacture, in quality. Because if it's not, it will not sustain. Growth and development of people should be to a standard that is international, not just to accept it. So there should be definitely, there should be no subsidy or sponsorship in ICV. That's how you sustain it, and that's how you continue with it. The other part is the integration with the supply chain. The integration with the supply chain should be very transparent and in a manner that does allow it to grow and progress within a competitive environment. Not just because this is local, we should buy it, because it's very competitive. It will always, outside things will always get cheaper. So I think, I hope I've answered your question, but I think I'm close to it.
I have a good example for ICV practices. We have a project just finished 1 month ago. The total local surface, without mentioning the name, the local surface reach above 80%, and for the goods reach around 25%. So it is a good insight.
Sorry, can I just add one little thing?
By
on
all
that?
means.
On you said about you mentioned FDI, and it's discouraging FDI. It doesn't discourage FDI. ICV local content is expected by FDIs. We're getting asked to do it all around the world. So it's not unique to Oman. This is happening everywhere, whether it's MAGA or whatever it is. So companies are ready for it. They just need to know what the government expects of them when they to execute ICV or local content in country. That's where we need the clarity.
Yeah, and I think that point is critically important. What is required? Because Engineer Khaled, I'm sure at the ministry, Invest Oman with Her Excellency, there would be a lot of arguments of what is expected and the compliance, which will be spoken about later on. We'll take the question from the student, and then I'll come back for one more question at the front. Now I'm made to make choices here. Just bear with me, please. تفضلي.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
غدير العلوي من شركة عمران. I am ICV specialist there, and I am also a student of MBA on ICV. My question to Dr. Reye, you have mentioned that a new policy is coming for the industry and also for a private sector as well. So how is that aligned with the OIA companies and also with the Oman Vision 2040? As I know, the formula is different as how can we calculate the ICV index and the ICV and the SME spend as well. So the components is different than what OIA companies are calculating it. So is there like alignment and a standardized formula that is coming on?
Thank you. It is a good question because I want to tell everyone here that there is a new strategy. It will publish within next year. Inshallah, we are considered all the sectors in our strategy. The formula will change. We are collaborate with the OIA, also with many ministers that working with us. It will not change a lot because it will depend on the nature of the project. So not all the ICV items or elements will involve in any project. So we are considered that one.
Thank you for that. So we have two questions, one here, and I'm coming to you. We're coming to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Al-Alawi from BDO. I just want to highlight the R&D issues.
You have a question?
Yeah. Just
if it's a comment, I would ask you to hold it.
No, but just I need people.
You can sit down. Okay.
I'm saying there is EJAD platform, which is a platform between academia and industrial. It was initially initiated by BDO, but now it's handed to Minister of Higher Education. If there are any challenges from the companies or from the academia, they can put it there, and we received many of these. And also another point, myself, I'm involved in 4 R&D projects in waste and water. So there is a lot of R&D. I'm just talking about video. I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That was not a question, by the way.
Yeah, no.
And thank you for the PDO plugin as well, right? On the left, تكرم تعال اليسار, and then we will be looking آخر اليسار الأخت.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الأستاذة رقيبة سليمة، جئت من جامعة وهران.
عذرا الأستاذة من؟
أنا جئت من وهران.
لا اسمك الكريم.
أستاذة رقيبة.
تفضل.
أنا جئت في زيارة علمية للجامعة، ومن حسن حظي أن الزيارة تزامنت مع الملتقى.
حياكم الله.
شكرا. أنا جد مسرورة أنني تشرفت بالملتقى العلمي، وأشكر القائمين على الاختيار الموفق للإشكالية، يعني إشكالية التنمية المستدامة إشكالية رائعة ومهمة. عندي سؤال فقط وهو يخص المحاضرين، إذا كان ممكن أن نتعرف على المحاور الكبرى لاستراتيجية السلطنة في آفاق 2040. And for Mr. Chris, how can your company help to realize the main axis of the strategy of development of Oman 2040? And thank you.
Thank you. شكرا. If you allow me أستاذة على أساس أنا باخذ هذا السؤال, allow me just to, I have a course على هذا الموضوع I've been teaching for the last few years, and I think some of my students were here. I think they escaped. But إذا سمحتي لي we'll have a side conversation on that, just to كذا, وفي معلومات موجودة وافية. As you know, ICV or local content is sub part of that bigger, broader. اسمحوا لي بس I'll go to the last couple of questions before we'll have a quick round because our time is almost up. So I think, thank you Dr. Fahim for addressing some of my questions to our panelists, which makes my job a little bit easier. But I want to kind of take some final thoughts on some of those challenges mentioned earlier on, whether it's FDI. But I'll start with you, Engineer Mohammed. Khalid, afwan. Again, we are asking investors, whether local or international, to comply with a lot of requirements, but you've specifically mentioned something that everyone is constantly concerned with, job creation. How are we able not to overburden our investors, whether local or otherwise, with our requirements? I'll pass on the mic. So do you see that as a challenge as we're looking to have our industrial strategy make inroads and meet all of the requirements of local content development products and whatnot? Or, this is our condition, take it or leave it kind of approach. What's your take on it?
See, when it comes to the investors, I think Oman has created a hub which called Invest Oman, and this is like the first place where the investors can come and do all the process from the registration till the investment establishment. So during that, and when I talk specifically about the industry sector is a little bit tricky. So if we want to attract investors, we need a little bit to support them. And one of the good things that for the industry sector, there are many incentives, and one of them is like tax and custom free for the equipment, goods, and also some of the raw materials. In addition to that, we start with them with easy path, asking them how many jobs will be created. And this is the first step, because we need to create jobs, and we don't want to push for Omanization first, because having the job created, it will stay with us. And then later, and starting with the minimum and asking with 10% Omanization out of this job. So, for example, when we talk about the industry sector, some of the factories started with 1,000 jobs, for example, and when you talk about 10%, it is 100. So it's not like opening a small shop. And as you go, you can increase the Omanization, and with that. In addition to that, the government is trying to make some incentive to the investors by giving some smart incentives. If they go and exceed the rate of, for example, Omanization, they will be having more privilege about the tax-free and all this stuff. But and also what we noticed that some of the investors, they come and they said that we need to start with immunization rate higher than expected. So, however, we said that, okay, what you are going to do for them in order to start with, while they are establishing the business, and we have seen many examples. They take them aboard for training and for like developing them and building the skills and capabilities. So this is like a challenge. However, the government is doing great, and there are like negotiation with the investors what need to be done. Not only just about the immunization, even when it comes to the power, to the gas, to the other stuff that is facing the investors. However, we need to get the investment established, and then maybe work with them in order to create more jobs for Omanis. And as a strategy for 2040, for industrial strategy, we're supposed to reach 100,000 jobs created in the industry sector by 2040 only. So, inshallah, and we are working with all other authorities to support us on that direction.
Thank you, Engineer Khalid. Chris, I want to come back to you, right? And you've spoken about ecosystems and developing them and whatnot. There's a lot of hard work that goes into that. But I'm still wary that even as we develop those systems, with all the different elements in there, there are still going to be leakages out of this. So, but the point I want to get to is, as we go towards creating those systems, a lot of countries are talking about onshoring or friendshoring or bringing back investments. Oman is not in the case of bringing back investment factories back in as the US or other economies. It's trying to develop this capacity. Could this be seen as a hostile industrial policy, or the collaborations that you're speaking about in R&D and talent development and acquisition would actually soften our industrial policy to the rest of the world?
First thing I'd say is, talking of ecosystems, you say it's a lot of moving parts that you've got to get together, etc. Believe me, getting ICV up and running in 2011-12 was worse, because we were actually dealing with 9 different operators that all saw each other as competitors, did not want to give data because that was confidential, despite the efforts of the ministry. I mean, it took a lot of effort to get that aligned. The way that it worked was to actually get proper governance, which I know is coming later.
In the next session. Yeah.
But we got the governance with the leadership of the government. And there's an ICV committee in oil and gas, which was chaired by the Undersecretary, and they met for 35 months consecutively. They didn't miss one meeting. That's nearly 3 years. Through Ramadan, through Christmas, through everything, they met every month. That's what we need, is that sort of leadership to get the whole ecosystem working, because my personal view is that we've tried to break the silos. It's not working. The silos are still there between ministries, between competitors, between companies. So if we bring all the companies in one sector together, or one ecosystem together, then they have to solve the problems themselves. Not point the fingers at other people. They have to fix it themselves.
Right.
And jobs is so fundamental.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Chris. Mohammed, any last thoughts before I transfer to Dr. Raya with her final thoughts on how local content could very well work for us, or it's a headache that, stakeholder engagement is, you've mentioned some interesting points. So what's your last take before we end?
Yes, thank you for giving the opportunity, Heinz. I think it's very simple, to be honest, but it needs a will. We need to establish targets on all aspects of ICV. We need to measure them. We need to know where we are, and we need to basically understand why we are not getting to these targets and try to resolve them with firm plans, firm targets, and everyone is involved and everyone is responsible and accountable. Once we do that, I think we're fully equipped as an ecosystem to achieve that, but that's paramount to get to that.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. Dr. Raya, you have the last word. We've heard about targets and KPIs.
Okay.
You've said something about a strategy.
Yes.
Without spoiling the other
need to look for how we empowering SMEs, how we make the like 1 month ago we established IMDAD program. It's bring from BDO. It was in BDO the program how we train the job seeker aligned to the opportunities jobs. Also, we need to look about the demand governments, but on other hand, we don't want the SMEs depend on demand government. So this is our challenging for next year. The new strategy, it will implement for any project, for any sector, because it will involve all the items or the elements, but it will depend on the natural of the project. So this is the...
Thank you, Doctora. Well, I haven't consumed all my questions, but I've consumed the time. So I'd like to thank our panelists, Engineer Khalid, Dr. Raya, Mohammed, Chris. Thank you very much for your insights. I'm sure there'll be more questions that could be asked of you, but we do have 2 more sessions that will dive deep into compliance and other elements, governance and whatnot. But again, please join me in thanking our panelists, and I apologize for not allowing any more questions due to the time constraints. Thank you very much.
نشكر المشاركين في الجلسة الأولى على هذا الحوار المثري. حضورنا الكريم، يسرنا الآن دعوة صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فارس بن تركي آل سعيد الموقر راعي الحفل، والدكتور المختار بن سيف العبري عميد كلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية، لتكريم المشاركين في الجلسة الحوارية الأولى والراعي الرسمي للملتقى. الراعي الفضي للملتقى بنك مسقط الفاضل سالم بن محمد الكعبي، مدير عام الائتمان والشؤون القانونية. صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور أدهم بن تركي آل سعيد الموقر. الفاضل كريس ماكدونالد. الدكتورة ريا الحجرية. المهندس خالد القصابي. الفاضل محمد المخيني. نشكر صاحب السمو راعي الحفل على تكرمه برعاية هذا الملتقى الوطني الهام، وندعو سموه بزيارة المعرض المصاحب لأعمال الملتقى، فليتفضل مشكورا. كما ننوه الحضور الكريم بأن المعرض متاح إلى نهاية اليوم، وستبدأ الجلسة الحوارية الثانية في تمام الساعة 11:15.
إيمانا منا بأن الحوار يرسخ المفهوم ويقود إلى التغيير، جاءت قيمة، أول تجمع رقمي على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي للمختصين والمهتمين بالقيمة المحلية المضافة في سلطنة عمان، منصة تجمع نخبة من الأكاديميين والاقتصاديين والباحثين لخلق مساحة حوار ثرية تعزز المحتوى المحلي وتدعم تطبيقه على أرض الواقع. أهدافها: نشر الوعي، تبادل الخبرات، متابعة المستجدات، ومناقشة الفرص والتحديات لتحقيق نمو اقتصادي مستدام يجسد روح الشراكة والمسؤولية. جاءت المجموعة بهوية بصرية يعكس لوناها الأخضر والأزرق النمو والازدهار بجانب الاحترافية والابتكار. هنا تطرح المبادرات وتبنى الأفكار وتصنع الحلول، فانضم إلينا لنصل بالحوار والنقاش إلى عمان المستقبل. إيمانا منا بأن الحوار يرسخ المفهوم ويقود إلى التغيير، جاءت قيمة، أول تجمع رقمي على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي للمختصين والمهتمين بالقيمة المحلية المضافة في سلطنة عمان، منصة تجمع نخبة من الأكاديميين والاقتصاديين والباحثين لخلق مساحة حوار ثرية تعزز المحتوى المحلي وتدعم تطبيقه على أرض الواقع. أهدافها: نشر الوعي، تبادل الخبرات، متابعة المستجدات، ومناقشة الفرص والتحديات لتحقيق نمو اقتصادي مستدام يجسد روح الشراكة والمسؤولية. جاءت المجموعة بهوية بصرية يعكس لوناها الأخضر والأزرق النمو والازدهار بجانب الاحترافية والابتكار. هنا تطرح المبادرات وتبنى الأفكار وتصنع الحلول، فانضم إلينا لنصل بالحوار والنقاش إلى عمان المستقبل. إيمانا منا بأن الحوار يرسخ المفهوم ويقود إلى التغيير، جاءت قيمة، أول تجمع رقمي على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. إيمانا منا بأن الحوار يرسخ المفهوم ويقود إلى التغيير، جاءت قيمة، أول تجمع رقمي على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي للمختصين والمهتمين بالقيمة المحلية المضافة في سلطنة عمان، منصة تجمع نخبة من الأكاديميين والاقتصاديين والباحثين لخلق مساحة حوار ثرية تعزز المحتوى المحلي وتدعم تطبيقه على أرض الواقع. أهدافها نشر الوعي، تبادل الخبرات، متابعة المستجدات، ومناقشة الفرص والتحديات لتحقيق نمو اقتصادي مستدام يجسد روح الشراكة والمسؤولية. جاءت المجموعة بهوية بصرية يعكس لوناها الأخضر والأزرق النمو والازدهار بجانب الاحترافية والابتكار. هنا تطرح المبادرات وتبنى الأفكار وتصنع الحلول، فانضم إلينا لنصل بالحوار والنقاش إلى عمان المستقبل.
مرحبا بكم جميعا مجددا لنستكمل أعمال الملتقى. نبدأ الآن الجلسة الحوارية الثانية بعنوان محور الحوكمة، أسس الأداء والمساءلة. يدير الجلسة الدكتور أحمد الحجري، عضو هيئة تدريس منتدب في قسم الاقتصاد والمالية، ويشاركه كل من المستشار ناصر بن محمد الحوسني من جهاز الرقابة المالية والإدارية للدولة، الفاضلة أمينة السعدية قائد فريق القيمة المحلية المضافة لمؤسسة جسر، الفاضل فريد شيخ من شركة دلتوي، الفاضلة نور البلوشي من شركة تنمية نفط عمان. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the governance session. Before we start, I'd like to give you a background on what we're going to focus on in this session. So we're not talking about, when we talk about governance, we're not talking about the structure of organization, we're not talking about the rules and responsibilities. What we're going to focus mainly is how organization, whether it's private or government, how do they handle local content data? How do they manage the data? How do they track the data? We start immediately with this session. So the flow of the session will go through, we start with the current status. We would like to understand the current status. And then we understand the challenges that faces these organizations, and then what the way forward. So we'd like to start with BGI, Amina. So if you please tell us what's the current status in terms of how data is handled, because I know BGI, Business Gateway International, they were involved in setting up a system for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. So can you take us through that and tell us the current status?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amina Saidi. I am from Business Gateway International, BGI, the company who developed the Qimam platform, which is for Oman Investment Authority. Actually, it is looks like Mars, which is used in oil and gas sector or energy. But Mars may looks to oil and gas sector only. In Oman Business Platform is for multiple sectors. So they try to align the system or make the system for all of these sectors like tourism, telecommunication, and the other sectors under Oman Business Platform. And it is actually more like in pillars. In Mars, it cover only like 4 main pillars. Here they are looking for more details, like 9 pillars will be reported. In 2025, OIA start using the system in phase 1, and all the SOEs now already register and using the platform. The next phase is for the supplier, for the contractors also to be registered in the system. It's a new system, new platform. It's still under enhancement, but they move forward, and they took all this enhancement and try their best to make this platform.
So thank you very much. I think to be clear on how data was handled in the oil and gas sector, let's say, they appointed a company called Business Gateway International, and this company, I think they set up the system to manage the data across the operators, different oil and gas companies, and then so different operators within the oil and gas, they had their own system, their own setup of how they manage local content data. But BGI, what they're trying to do is basically to integrate different systems of the operators into one single platform called MARS, Monitoring and Reporting System. So if you turn to PDO, for example, how the data is handled, the local content data within the organization itself.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Noor Belushi from PDO. So Ahmed, let's take you a few steps back about the journey of ICV. First of all, the ICV system, which called MARS, it's been developed by a company called SSL. BGI is one of the integration that we are working on in the essence of getting the information of the contract itself, which is JSRS number of the contract. PDO is one of the first adapter of the ICV, so we have gone through a big journey of evolving throughout the years. Starting from 2013 was the concept itself was evolving and clarity or where we would like to head with the ICV. As we matured within the PDO, there has been structural changes, how we are dealing with the ICV within the organization, and hence the technology itself and the evolving application has progressed as we move on. So when it comes to the ICV, it's right now an integral thing within PDO. Within each directorate of the organization, we have an ICV focal point who is accountable to deploy the ICV strategy and identify the opportunities within that particular directorate. The ICV as well is a part of our integration of the supply chain department or contracting and procurement department. Hence, each contract holder, as a part of their contract certifications, they ensure that they are fulfilling the ICV pillar of our contracting process. So whenever there is, and each of the directors is mandated to report their ICV information in this centralized tool within PDO. So you have the contract holder who part of the contract sign-off define the ICV factors, and hence we come what we call it ICV plan, and they register it in the system itself. And throughout the year, the contractor start populating their information. The contract holder is accountable to validate it along with the focal point and all the way with the centralized ICV team who is overseeing the overall ICV performance within the company itself.
So it was built in-house system, and then it transformed into becoming a what you call an integral system into the system, what you call industry-wide system.
Yeah, so it started in PDO because we were one of the early adopters of the ICV concept in the country level, and hence we have shared the IP of this solution on the MAM level, and we capitalize it across the sector as we have evolved.
So as you know, ICV data is spread across the organizations. Usually different organizations, they use different systems to store in-country value data. So some of the systems are within the HR function in the organization, and some are within the supply chain, let's say. So if we turn now to Farid and look, because you worked with different sectors, maybe different countries, so how do you see what do you call the local content data is managed currently in different sectors?
Thank you, Ahmed. This is Farid Sheikh from Deloitte. So Ahmed, you rightly said, like, the ICU data. If we see the model what we have in Oman, okay, we are still operating at a silos where, like, specific sectors, probably oil and gas sector was the one leading the ICV initiatives, and because of that, all companies came out with their own data management. Some people gone ahead with the IT, they brought their own system, but if you see the other entities, they are still operating or used to operate on the manual collection of the data. So there was no common data at a large scale available where, like, the impact of ICV could be ascertained. Whereas we see in the neighboring country, like, I would say maybe UAE, KSA and Qatar, one of the initiatives they took at the beginning is the digitalization platform to data, like to collect the ICV data. And that's where what they had given to all the supplier or the governing body, a platform to report the ICV numbers so that the impact can be calculated, the focus can be given to the more sector where it is lacking, and, like, which sector can be further improved. Now coming back to Oman, I believe in the previous session also it was mentioned, there are initiatives coming up to centralize the data, to launch the uniform platform where, like, all the information would be available in public. We can see what is the contribution by which sector, probably by which entities, and that probably drive the focus and the growth going forward. So right now the data are in isolations, maybe residing in some of the organizations, but eventually the consolidation will happen very soon, and with that
الرقابه صراحه في موضوع المانجنج او اداره المحتوى. سوري I turn to Arabic a little bit يعني. في اداره بيانات المحتوى المحلي، دور جهاز الرقابه في هذه الايرا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور احمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا كما يعلم الجميع جهاز الرقابه الماليه والاداريه للدوله يشرف على العديد من الجهات المشموله برقابه الجهاز، والعديد هنا من الجهات شركات قطاع النفط والغاز والجهات الحكوميه جهات الاستثمار العماني. وبالتالي في عمليه تعتبر تجربة قطاع النفط والغاز وتجربة الفيديو تجربة رائدة في هذا المجال. طبعا بدأت أعتقد كما صح لي المهندسة نور عام 2012، دشنت رسميا في استراتيجية 2013 ل 2020. وطبعا هناك في بلاتفورم منصة أعتقد قدمتها الشركة صناع القمم. طبعا الجهاز يقوم بتقييم هذه المنصة، تقييم موثوقية الأداء المنصة. فهناك في كثير من مواطن التطوير والتحسين. قد نشر الجهاز في ملخص المجتمع، والذي طالع في ملخص المجتمع 2024 بعض نقاط التطوير والتحسين في المنصة من خلال موثوقية البيانات. قد يكون ما تعطيك بيانات دقيقة واضحة، تستطيع تعرف مساهمة إن كانت ريفاليو في الاقتصاد الوطني أو في السوق المحلي، سواء للتوطين أو دعم المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة أو في دعم المنتج العماني. في هذه نقطة. النقطة الآخرة، هناك يحتاج صياغة للإطار القانوني. هناك في فراغ تشريعي في عملية الجزاءات، لأن الجزاءات قد تكون يعني لا تتناسب مع جسامة المخالفة. يعني ممكن يكون ما التزم نسبة التوطين ولكن الغرامة بسيطة، بالتالي هو لا يدفع المقاول الغرامة. هذه نقطة. يعني هناك في مراجعة وزارة الطاقة والمعادن مشكورة تراجع هذه السياسة بالتنسيق مع الشركات المشغلة، وحتى في حدود معرفة الحدود الأدنى من متى تبدأ الشركة في برنامج إن كانت ريفاليو ليميت 1 مليون 2 مليون ستارت بالنسبة حيحتاج لها نفس الشيء، يعني ما معروف في الحدود الدنيا. هذه نقطة واحدة. طبعا الجهاز الاستثمار العماني شغال أعتقد مع قمم لبلاتفورم، هم قاموا بعمل منصات أدلة للمنتجات الإلزامية وخلاف ذلك. طبعا مؤخرا لاحظتوا أن صدر المرسوم السلطاني في 2025 بإنشاء هيئة المشاريع والمناقصات والمحتوى المحلي. طبعا كما لاحظت من الدكتورة رقية أشارت أن هناك تم إنشاء مكتب وطني للمحتوى المحلي، ويعمل يعني بالتنسيق وضع استراتيجية. وجهة نظر الجهاز الحين دعونا تنبق التجربة في قطاع النفط والغاز، ثم تنبق التجربة في قطاع جهاز الاستثمار العماني، ثم سهل الانتجريشن في البلاتفورم واحدة. أما الحين وجهة نظرنا الشخصية يعني بتكون في صعوبة، لأن ما زلنا يعني نواجه صعوبة من ناحية الإطار القانوني التنظيمي التشريعي في هذا الأمر. وبيصدر هناك في مراجعة هيئة المشاريع والمناقصات المحتوى المحلي قيد إصدار يعني إطار قانوني ينظم هذا الجانب، بيوضح أكثر من على المستوى الوطني. الحين يعني قيد الدراسة من جهات مختصة، فنتأمل أن هذا الأمر إن شاء الله سوف يرى النور في المستقبل، بس بياخذ وقت شوي.
بياخذ وقت. بس إذا نريد نفهم مثلا دور الجهاز مثلا في مراحل الأولية من تصميم البرامج هذه، مثلا هل مثلا تساهموا معهم في تحديد مثلا نوع البيانات اللي راح مثلا تشرفوا عليها وتراقبوها بعد مدة من الزمن؟
طبعا من خلال الإطار القانوني لهيئة المناقصات والمشاريع هناك شراكة معهم. اشتغلنا في مراجعة الإطار القانوني حتى يشمل كل الثغرات، يسد كل الثغرات اللي قلناها وحتى اللي نشرناها في ملخص المجتمع الأخير. كذلك يعني من ناحية البرامج احنا نعمل يعني IT audit حق البرنامج نفسه يعني، وحصلنا ان يعني هناك كما قلنا في بعض النقاط التطوير والتحسين. طبعا ممكن يعني هم لو في مبادرة منهم نستطيع الجهاز يعطي يعني وجهة نظره في وقتها، لكن قد يكون تعرف حجم الأعمال مناطة الجهاز لا يستطيع يغطي. عندنا 500 جهة يعني، فعملية صعبة شوية ان نستطيع يعني يكون نفس الوقت.
شكرا جزاك الله خير. When we talk about the challenges facing the organization now in terms of first collecting in-country value data and then maybe analyzing it and then reporting it, and then maybe later stage they need to verify the local content data, which is not easy. And I know some companies, they report using Excel sheet to report their progress in ICV, and that's still, again, it's in an early stage. And it depends on how many organizations, it depends on the growth or the maturity or the strength of this organization, whether they can afford to build a system internally to support addressing what they call local content challenges. So if we would like to hear from Amina on the challenges that you faced in the journey that you were building systems for the sector.
We have started in 2023, end of 2023, to build Qimam platform with the Oman Investment Authority. And that was not easy actually, because under OIA is more than 200 SOEs, and each SOE has a multiple of contractors. So that was not an easy job, but we have tried to make it in phases. Even for building the system, not gathering, not start collecting the data, building the system itself for all of these companies was a challenge. But after multiple meetings and together this requirement, we have reached to, we can say, a good platform now, which is used by more than 200 maybe SOEs and companies. And actually it is still under enhancement. We have list of enhancement received by all of these SOEs. We are still enhancing this system. And the good thing also in this platform, they try to minimize the work for the people who will use this system. Like there is multiple integrations. They have integrated the platform with Oman Business Platform to make sure the data of the companies is correct. And it's integrated also with MOL to make sure the workforce data later on when the contractors start using the system is sure and correct. It's integrated with the RIADA, and later on it will be integrated also with ROB and RABT. And even this integration took a bit of time, because to take the confirmation from all of these companies and ministries was taking much time and work. But now we can say the system is stable for phase 1, and it is used.
Can you give us an example of the nature of requirements that you received from different companies? Like what example they're not aligned on?
Actually, in OIA, having two different ICV, they are taking from direct, which is from the SOE spend, and from indirect, which is from the contractor. So the phase 1, which OIA started, is from the direct spend, which is OIA and the SOE spend. This is already launched and started, but the other part, which is from the contractor, still it is planned for 2026. But from the registration, we saw that there is a challenges, even for the data of the tenders, the project, the contracts, whatever in the system, like it wasn't collected by these companies. But they started at least for 25 contracts to gather all of these data. And if you look to the dashboard and KPIs, you will not see that much, maybe now in the system, I'm talking only about the system, you will not see that much data, but they are trying to improve it and make it better.
Thank you very much. Now turning to PDO, what has been the challenges that you faced when building the system, and maybe even working beyond the company across sector? I know you're part of the committee working on developing a system industry-wide, so can you shed some light on the challenges that you faced?
Yeah, so on PDO level, there were a few challenges we have faced. We have more than 300 contracts in PDO. So imagine you have all the 3 contracts, their plans, tracking their actuals, validating their actuals. So we needed a task force just sitting on a weekly basis, just reviewing all this information and validating them. So one of the things that we have introduced is RPA, who's doing the validation of the ICV content per contract, and as well provide the predictability of particular contracts that we would look ahead for investment along that. Another thing that we have introduced or challenge we have faced is the linkage with the MOL and standardization of the definitions, especially on the job titles. We know in MOL there is a different job titles, whereas in the contracts of the PDO they are different. So creating that integration and standardization was not a straightforward task per se. In addition to that as well is rather than team sitting on a daily basis, validating the contracts and seeing what are the potential contracts could be expired and how we can redeploy these resources as under the task force, we have deployed the AI under PDO, which is going to go and validate all the contracts which are about to expire, what are the potential redeployment could happen within the existing contracts, and how we can plan accordingly the upskillings or reskillings of the resources based on the need of the market as such. That's on the PDO level, as I mentioned. One of the challenges as well we face on PDO is the evolvement of the ICV concept. So we started, as Amina mentioned, with the 7 pillars. Then we moved to 4 pillars as we matured or emerged within the sector itself. So moving all the data from 7 pillars to 4 pillars, migrating the data cleansing, and all that activity was.
When you refer to 7 pillars, meaning يعني the ICV when it started initially they were focusing on 7 key elements targets in which they were like data collection points.
Exactly.
So and that was massive amount of data that were collected at that time. But now you said they reduced it and that reflected into. Okay.
So and again, MEM is our centralized entity who's looking at the overall governance on the oil and gas sector. So in alignment with the operators, MEM landed with the 4 main pillars to focus on. The remaining were initially optional, so it has been removed eventually down the road of the implementation. On the cross-sectional, the challenge that we have faced is ICV started with a silo solution in PDO, then we give the IP to multiple companies. Each one of them had their own version of the system. So when it came to the standardization and reporting, we realized that it became very challenging that we customize the application per company per se. So we landed to an agreement that we'll have one centralized solution, yet deployed within each of those entities. However, any enhancements or improvement will be within that centralized tool, and it will be in alignment and an agreement with all operators as such.
Excellent. So turning onto the quality of data, regardless whether the quality that they gather is accurate or not. So coming back to the assurance side of whether the data is credible, whether it's trustworthy, what has been the challenges in terms of assuring in-country value data is really accurate and can be used to build on, like in terms of decision making, in terms of improvement into the program, for example?
So, Ahmed, before going to the assurance part of it, I would say the data collection itself. So when we talk about who are your service provider, they are the n number of supplier in the market. When you're collecting an information from them, you need to give them the proper guidelines so they report the right data in a right manner and on a timely basis. If there's a gap between their understanding, there's no question of somebody providing you an assurance on a raw data or the data which lack minimum information. So what we see, one of the challenge and probably request from many suppliers is that they come first and ask, how do I report? What do I report? What are the things to be considered? What should I not report and all? So we explain to them, in the first thing you need to get the understanding of what is being asked, okay? How do you report in terms of what are the fields are required? What are the components you need to report? What is the coverage? Because there were a lot of instances, people get confused. Is this about a specific contract? Is this about specific year? Or should I include this or should I include that? So having a clear understanding at the initial stage before you start collecting the data is the key. Once you have the right data in place, the next task becomes providing an assurance. When it comes on the assurance, it becomes an act where you validate the data identify what is the gap in the data, and then communicate how it can be corrected. So the data is coming on a quarterly basis or monthly basis. It's good to know that PDO has installed the AI technology to validate the preliminary data, but having the independent review maybe once in a year or once in 2 years would help. And objective of the assurance is not to only identify the deficiencies. Our suggestion would be to also give them the means, how do they correct, and how do they follow the right implementation methodology. So what we see as a challenge, as I mentioned, the clear understanding between the supplier, maybe a lack of a feedback on the data reported, which comes after 3 years or 5 years of data reporting. So what we can do, set up the right mechanism for the right reporting, monitoring, and provide them the live feedback, which will help them to ensure the data quality.
But now if these suppliers, maybe they have different businesses with different sectors, and every sector now, if we talk about the silos, and every sector will be implementing their own in-country value. So how do you see companies reacting to this model?
So as far as the companies are concerned, the first thing they ask, are there any unified guidelines? Be it is 4 pillars or 7 pillars, you have to have a minimum base which is common for all the sectors, all the companies. That is the starting point. Now definitely going down to the specification to the individual sectors or the individual companies, we have to have a specific guidelines to cater their requirement. So for example, the ICV element, which is very much applicable in oil and gas sector, cannot be replicated in tourism or logistics. So what you can have is a minimum benchmark to begin with, then you customize or align to the sector-specific requirements, and then you have a direct dialogue with your suppliers. How do they report sector-specific achievements? And that's where the streamline can happen and the data reporting can be improved.
Can you share some best practice in this area in the different countries?
Yeah, so the best practice what we see, so when you enter into a contract with your supplier, you don't go ahead with a blanket approach that this is the ICV mandate and applicable to all the suppliers. What you do a stage-wise approach. You take the 4 pillars, okay, narrow down to the contract-specific requirement, whether all the pillars are applicable or not. It could be possible you're dealing a contractor who is a service contractor. Don't force them to go ahead with the goods as one of the pillars. So you focus more on the service sector, maybe on the urbanization, and that's where the actual focus and impact can be ascertained, and it will facilitate them to achieve better. Because if you put them the target for the goods, which they're never going to be achieved, ultimately it's going to impact their performance, their reporting, and it will dilute the entire purpose of achieving the ICV. So one of the things, you go with a customized approach, don't go with a blanket approach to the suppliers.
I have a comment on this. Actually, this one of the challenges in Qimma platform, because now goods and services is mandatory for all the contract, but actually some of the companies have data only in services, which force now the user to put at least 1 Omani Riyal to move on and submit the report, which is logically not correct, but they already know about this challenge, and it is will be enhanced.
On this also we said the same thing. Hopefully your contract is mostly service driven, okay? You can demonstrate your achievement on the service side of it. But at the same time, you can also have some reporting on the goods. For example, even if you're working in the service sector, you're gonna be having some consumables, some supplies, be it is utilities, be it is your facility management options, where you can report something on the goods. While you complete your reporting, because you need to report based on the timelines, you keep on giving them the feedback to your operators, to the ministry, or to the administrative bodies that we need to change our plan, targets, more driven and applicable to the areas where I'm operating in, rather than having focus on all the pillars.
وش تتوقع التحديات اللي ممكن تواجهها في ظل ان احنا سمعنا الحين انه في كثير تحديات بالنسبه انه يكون في مصدر بيانات واحد وفي طريقه رصد البيانات وطريقه افصاح بطريقه معينه يعني. فعلى اساس ان نتجنب ان
نعم.
هم في بدايه مسيرهم الان يعني، فممكن نتجنب اشياء كثيره.
صحيح نعم. طبعا اتصور يعني هم مدركين لهذا الامر، يعني الجهاز يشترك مع يعمل معهم بشراكه في هذا الجانب. طبعا قلنا احنا عندنا مصدرين الحين، عند وزاره الطاقه والمعادن والشركات المشغله، طبعا فيديو از بيست براكتس في هذا المجال. عندك جهاز الاستثمار العماني شغاله الشركه فيه. تعين يعني الجلوس الحين على الطاوله واحده، يعني عشان تو بيلد ذير اون بلاتفورم لازم يجلسون معهم هذا الجماعه عشان يعرفوا وين التشالنجز الموجود، وين هاي يعني يحاولوا يسدوا كافه الثغرات. طبعا هذا ما بيشتغل الحين مفترض يعني، لان هاي يلا خليهم يشتغلوا على المناقصات الحكوميه، الوحدات الحكوميه. اما الشركات والشركات اللي تابعه جهاز الاستثمار هذه وحده خلها تشتغل اول، خلها تستقيم يعني تجلس على اقدامهم ثم يعني تنطلق، يعني يكون في انتجريشن. اذروايز ما بيستطيعوا يعني يعملوا انتجريشن. لان ليش؟ لان العمليه مو بسهله ترى. اتصور يعني حد يمكن نقترح للجهاز الاستثمار يوضع خاصه للشركات التابعه، يوضعها كي بي ايز، يعني اذا ما تلتزم فهذا يؤثر على الاداء مالها، على البرفورمانس مالها، وبالتالي هذا يكون تفورس هذه الشركات لابد تلتزم بضوابط مال الاي سي في. وطبعا هكذا يعني.
بس الافصاح شيء وبعدين التدقيق عليه شيء ثاني هذا.
نعم.
ان هم يفصحوا. السؤال بيكون هل دقه البيانات
دقة البيانات احنا يعني كجهاز نعمل مقارنه كما عملنا في اويل انجاز، يعني جبنا شفنا ان البيانات ما دقيقه في بعض الشركات المشغله. بعض الشركات المشغله حتى ما عندهم استراتيجيه للاي سي في، وبالتالي يعني هذا الامر انهم يعني ما في شيء يعني يجبرهم انهم يعني لابد تعملهم بناليتيز شويه عشان يحاولوا شويه تو فورس ذم يعني يلتزموا بالاي سي في ريكوايرمنتس.
وايضا اذا نتكلم عن جوده البيانات المتوفره حاليا، مصدر البيانات، هل ممكن ان نقول في عندنا المركز الوطني للاحصاء، هل ممكن ان مثلا تكون هي الجهه الحكوميه اللي تتبنى
هو حسب يعني حسب مرسوم انشاء المركز طبعا، هو طبعا يجمع معلومات احصائيه عن كافه البيانات الاقتصاديه، وبالتالي هذه البيانات الاقتصاديه تعتمد على دراسات. ولكن اعتقد في مرحله قادمه عندما تنضج تجربه في هيئه المشاريع والمناقصات والمحتوى المحلي اكيد بيكون هناك في انتجريشن. لكن للاسف الشديد يعني العمليه حتى المركز الوطني للمعلومات والاحصاء يواجه تحديات في دقه البيانات. يعني الجهات للاسف ما فيها يعني انظمه رصينه يعني تتاكد من دقه البيانات، بعضها يكون مانيوال يعني يعني يعملوا فيدنج حل المنصه للمركز الوطني مانيوال حتى البيانات تاتي هم يعملوها. بالتالي هنا شيء خلاليه لحد الحين هم يدركوا هذا الامر، لكن يحاولوا ان شاء الله تعالى في معالجتها. واحنا كجهاز دائما تلاحظوا شوفوا الويب سايتس مال الجهات الحكوميه بتحصلوا فيه معلومات عندها سنتين 3 سنوات، وين الابديتد مع هذه البيانات؟ يعقل هذا يعني؟ ويا المقيمين نون جفرمنت اورجانيزيشنز يقيمون تقييم غير جيد يعني على المستوى الوطني. ليش؟ اعطي بيانات ما دقيقه، ما صحيحه، ما سليمه.
شكرا. So turning into the يعني one practical solution if you can think of to mitigate the issues or the challenges هذه to solve these issues. What do you think from a private sector VGI you are appointed by the ministry itself and now with the OIA to help them build the system and do the integration across all companies. What do you think is practical يعني solutions to mitigate these issues?
طبعا the validation now is done manual. There is يعني some resources like the contract engineers, contract holder who is validating these data. But in future, as you say, it has to be through AI because it is difficult if the company have thousands of contracts to validate these data. Oil and gas, because they start earlier, so maybe they already have the resources and the mechanism to validate these data, but as the SOEs under OIA, it's still a little bit difficult. From our side, as a technical, we whatever يعني requested from BGI to be integrated. As I told before, it's integrated with RIADA, like to ensure that this company is registered in RIADA or SME. It's integrated with the JSRS, integrated with MOL to make sure the workforce data is correct, and Oman Business Platform to ensure the data of the companies. So all of these integration already done, and still there is some integration in the pipeline. It will be launched in the next year, inshallah. So this will at least make the work of validation easier, because even for the entity, for the government entity or the company who is registering the contracts, the data of the contractor, to gather all of these data is difficult. And also it's difficult for the supplier who is registering the data of ICV plan, ICV reporting. So we have to find mechanism to make for both sides easier, the work for both easier.
So if you talk about capacity building and awareness building and awareness across these companies, what has been your role, for example, in
we have did multiple trainings for start from OIA to the SOEs, and later on for the contractor. So training for the platform has been done. Also, we are keep advising the companies to build their ERBs and Oracle, the internal system, to be matched with whatever required in OIA. So that some of these data, if it is integrated with their internal systems, it will be much easier. Like if you already have ERB with all data of your tender, contractor, by the integration of this system, it will be pushed to the platform, to Qima platform. So no need to repeat again all of this data. So we keep advising the companies to have their own internal system with all, even the categorization which has been used by OIA. We keep advising all of these companies to try to improve their internal systems.
So there is cost implication on this on behalf of the companies. They need to invest in. So what do you think, building on what she said, that companies maybe they need to invest in building ARPs, enterprise systems internally? Is that something that companies can do immediately, just invest it because of ICV?
To be honest, Ahmed, one of the challenge, especially the small companies face, is on the cost implication. They say we need to maintain certain level of the revenue, profitability to run the business. Now, having the additional burden of putting up the investment into the technology for the purpose of ICV reporting is, in the initial days at least, will have an impact on them. And we do understand, because not all the organizations are big enough. They do not have that much of the bandwidth, and it becomes difficult for them. But as a practical solution, if I want to give it, probably I would try to replicate what is being done in the neighboring countries. You talk about other GCC countries, they came out with the platform which is managed by one of the ministry or the government body, where you can report, or you can integrate the reporting template in a way to have the reporting mechanism. So you will not have to make major changes in your ERP. You could have utilities which can collect the data from your ERP system, upload them into the utility model, and that gets reported to the ministry or to the governing body. That would be the case where with the minimal cost, maybe providing training to your employees how to report the data without getting into the major revamp in the ERP, at least in the initial days. The large organizations, I believe the amount of investment they do anyway in the country, the kind of a project they manage, for them it will not be an issue to go ahead with the additional modification in the ERP. So we have to have a balanced approach where you impose the ERP development on the large enterprises. At the same time, you provide some mechanism to the small and medium enterprises to report and facilitate the data. So those could be the right approach and a practical solution to get on board on this journey. Otherwise, going ahead with the larger impact on the ERP and modification will probably slow down the participation from many entities.
Building on that,
just want to build up on top of what the other colleagues has mentioned over here. There are multiple dimensions of scalability, if we'd like to cover it over here. There is the dimension of the technology, which from my perspective is the least complex dimension, if I may say. There is a more important dimension is focusing on the standardization, centralization, and the governance. So there is a very feminine terminology in the IT. People say that whatever you put in, you will get it out. So if you put nonsense data, you will get nonsense output as a result of that. But what most important is what sort of data that we need to report, the standardization of those data, and finding a single source of truth. So when you talk about the workforce, is it MOL, our single source of truth of the data? When it talks about goods, who is the single source of truth of the data? Is it Ministry of Commerce? And who are defining and standardizing those terminologies when it comes to the definitions of the nature of the investment? Either within a certain sector or cross sectors, irrelevant which level we're talking about. And maybe complementing on what you have said over here, perhaps we start with the phases. We do it within one sector. As it's evolved and mature, then we can capitalize it on cross sectors, as long as we have on a national level strategy or vision addressing that. When it comes to the technology dimension, of course, the scalability as a concept is there. OIA was one of our colleagues who has came and sat with the oil and gas industry, understand all the challenges that we have gone through, and hence when they come and develop their solution, it was a reflection of PDO and the rest of the oil and gas experience. So we can see that it could be the modernized version or the next generation of the Mars solution that OIA is implementing. Scalability or expansion of the solution is doable as long as we are using the same definition of the pillars, we are using the same mechanism of reporting. That, of course, can be scalable.
مستشار ناصر، نتكلم عن المخالفات احيانا لما تطبق على بعض الجهات، يمكن لنا بناء على بيانات من هذه الانظمه اللي تكلموا عنها الBGI ومارس وكذا، فيعني ما مدى يعني مصداقيه البيانات هذه اللي تبنوا عليها القرارات؟
طبعا الآلية لتهيئ الجهاز في عندما فحص هكذا جهات ليس فقط ياخذ صح البيانات من هذه المنصات ويحللها، ولكن يجلس للنقاش مع تلك الجهات ونعرف وين المشكلة. طيب، وحتى نتفق على السوليوشنز اللي فيها الحلول، سواء يعني آنية أو تحتاج وقت يعني. فممكن بعض الأحيان يعني كويك وين سوليوشنز يعني، وبالتالي بسرعة يخلصونها الجماعة يعني، فما بعض الأحيان تاخذ وقت يعني، تحتاج استثمار فيها. فبالتالي هكذا الآلية، ما في بس تاخذ البيانات ونعلن عنها مخالفة، نجلس معاهم ونتناقش ونعرف وهكذا يعني. اللي هو الهدف في التصحيح، الهدف إنه لأن الوقت يعني مهم جدا يعني، فبالتالي راح نعجل في المعالجة السريعة يعني.
We take, I think we open the floor for questions. Two questions. بس two. سامحونا عديدة two بس. Okay. Any questions? Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed, and panelists as well. I think there was a point raised. I've heard a lot about how compliance of companies involved in the ICV process itself and the data and all of that. That's all and well, but we keep forgetting that one of the key areas of beneficiaries we're trying to advise or support are SMEs, which often find compliance with any type of systems very, very difficult. I think you've raised that point. Now, I want to hear your thoughts how to make it easier for those companies with all the different burden required and the multiple due diligences they have to and the hoops they have to jump. How do we make it easier for them to be on the radar? So JSRS was one example and a personal experience where you're a service provider, you're not even a micro, you're a one-man team or a one-woman team. You could be a freelancer or just two people. And you're asked for things like immunization rates, you're asked to give financial statements, etc. Right? And then obviously you cannot deal with oil and gas. Now, once we apply those ICV systems across the board, it is the burden on these companies also to meet those requirements. So should we be talking about a national due diligence system across the board, not for each industry, especially for service providers? When we're talking about material
questions. So actually you rightly picked up the topic, because what we've seen, if you see the JSRS portal, there are around 6,000 vendor registered in Oman. Out of 6,000, almost 55% are the micro and small and medium enterprises, where it's a one-man company. Now, imposing or asking them to do the ICV, whether it's Omanization or additional investment, would be definitely considered as a burden, or maybe not within their reach. So what we suggested on a previous occasion on a platform as well, when you want to implement the ICV, it has to be based on the sizing. So for the big players, you go ahead with the bigger target, you go ahead all the elements, and that's perfectly fine. When it comes on your small and medium enterprises, you need to narrow down the focus to see what is going to be their achievements, what is their existing capabilities, and how they can achieve. In that way, you can have the balanced approach where you're not overburdening the small and medium enterprises. At the same time, you're also targeting the sizable entities to perform the ICV better. So balanced approach based on the size of the entity, be it is the revenue, how much revenue they have it on the yearly basis, or be it is number of people working in that organization. A right approach in terms of the sizing can help you out to achieve maximum impact on the ICV.
How do you make it easy for SMEs?
We are the company who build the JSRS, and yes, it make it easy, and we keep asking all the contractors to register in JSRS, and also we have suggest to OIA to use also the platform, the JSRS, because it's not only for verify the data and to just because in oil and gas, they are not giving any contract to a contractor not register in JSRS. So it's like a company who's reliable. And we are hearing a lot now about these companies who are hacker and all. So it's good to use the JSRS.
I don't disagree with having systems, but one of the problems with JSRS is the same requirements, say, for a freelancer doing some consulting, design, something of the sort, that wishes to provide services for oil and gas. We have one gateway that I have to cross, business gateways. But once you're in, the requirements in many instances are ridiculous. What is your turnover? Provide so much information. Even the tax authority does not ask for that upfront, right? And then if you don't have any business for some time, does that unqualify you? I recall when I've personally registered a small consulting business, I had to wait for the visit. We were in the same building as JSRS in COM 4 it was at the time. And we had to wait for a couple of weeks for someone to come from the second floor to the third floor, right? Besides that, they keep making you jump through hoops just to renew. Now, take the number of SMEs registered in Riyadh, for example. What are they, 100,000 plus, 150,000 plus? Not all of them will qualify to enter into JSRS. They're mostly service providers. They're not manufacturer. They're not. So they get treated the same way as someone who makes flanges for PDO, for example, or big IT service. These people are looking for bite-sized tenders. They want to access those, whether as a consortium or individually. Once you're categorized in whatever in JSRS, you get all the information that you want and you don't want. So the system is not suitable for these type of companies, which ICV is trying to serve, the 10% here and whatnot. So my question is really, how do we improve the system so it's SME friendly? Really SME friendly, not simply by giving you a few extra perks here and there. It's easier to register. Your due diligence is much easier, maybe automated. Yes, we want to know that they're existing business. How could you fake a CR in Oman without the Ministry of Commerce not verifying yes or no? As you've correctly pointed, you're connected to them. Those are very simple business. Do you have an office or not? If I'm a freelancer, I don't have an office. Can I access JSRS?
Actually, because JSRS requirement is took from MEM, Ministry of Energy.
See, my point is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we don't want to get hung up on what MEM and JSRS does for oil and gas. ICV is going to be cross-cutting, right? If we're going to look at JSRS and say, wow, this works very well, and then we move it on to logistics, or we move it on to other services, or in same problems, right?
Yes.
I'm a small workshop. I do very basic things. I can't get into the system to get into the manufacturing ICV because there are a lot of hoops. I don't meet the 30% omanization. I don't have this. I don't have that. Those are the complications. I can't invest in an ERP system, and how do we make it easier, more accessible? I think that's what we need to focus on.
So perhaps I can take this question. Again, the IT systems are only the tip of your iceberg. IT system is built on processes and procedure you put in place. So if your process is complex, then the IT system will be complex. If your process is simplified, hence the tool is only an enabler for you. So what we are facing over here is the process itself is not simplified. Do we have multi-modules? Depends on the nature of the company. So if you're a large size of company, then here are the prerequisites for you to implement and register. If you're a medium-sized company, or is it an SME? And hence, what are the multiple requirements? So to answer your question, there are short-term solutions. Perhaps we can activate, deactivate some of the fields within the system so the registration becomes smoother for the SMEs. Or perhaps if we would like to nail the pain area, then is simplification of the process. So Ministry of Commerce, they need to identify different modules based on the size of the contract or the investment company, how they want to implement it.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the panelists here. Okay, I can take the question later. Thank you very much. Anyway, thank you.
إن للمحتوى المحلي مساهمة فاعلة في التحول الأخضر للسلطنة من خلال الطاقة النظيفة والاقتصاد الدائري والاستدامة. ومن هذا المنطلق يسرنا الحديث في هذه الجلسة الحوارية الثالثة عن المحور البيئي والاستدامة في المحتوى المحلي. ويدير هذا الحوار الدكتور سعيد بن مبارك المحرمي، أستاذ في المالية، ويشاركه الحوار الدكتورة سهام بنتاوي من شركة نافاس انترناشونال، الدكتور علي العلوي من شركة تنمية نفط عمان، الدكتور هلال الصواعي من شركة دليل النفط، ورزان الزجالية من مؤسسة جرين يونيفرس. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. نرحب بكم في الجلسة الثالثة. طبعا أعطونا تعليمات على أن السيشن بيكون باللغة الإنجليزية. Therefore, I welcome you to the third session, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for many things. But I would like, first of all, to thank them for posting our photos and titles, so it's very easy for us to sit, and also to save my time in introducing the panelists. Second, I would like to thank them for choosing the environment as one of the pillars in this symposium. Why I'm saying that? Because I was hearing the definition in session one, the definition of ICV and also LC, the local content or in-country value. And Dr. Adham kept asking asking, the panelists in terms of the definition, nobody mentioned the environment at all. In fact, one of the panelists, he said ICB is about businesses and people. That's it. But our keynote speaker, Christopher McDonald's, he mentioned that there are the conventional ICD and non-conventional ICD. And he said in Oman overall, we are good at the conventional ICD, and we are not good in non-conventional ICD. And of course, one of them, one aspect is the environment. And I believe maybe all the institutions, company are emphasizing more on the aspects that can be monetized. Okay, basically you can calculate the values, and any aspect which cannot be monetized, then they are kind of ignoring these aspects. And the question is, the flow, by the way, of this session, it will be like the status, the current status in Oman, the challenges, and then the going forward. So I will be starting first with the current status, and I will be asking a very general question in this case, after hearing the first and the second panelist. Is the environment the weakest link? This is my general question to the panelists, and we'll be starting with you, Raza.
First of all, many thanks for having me here to represent one of the SMEs in renewable energy and drone technology. So my name is Razan. As you mentioned, if we talked about environment and its connection to the ICV, in general, environments, as we've seen in Oman and outside Oman, is on the rise, since it's not what it's something nice to have, it's what we need to do. So it's a necessity, like renewable energy, water treatment, soil, energy efficiency, emission reduction, and all. So if from an ICB perspective, definition, it focuses on economic localization, like jobs, recruitment, suppliers, development, but it doesn't focus on like environment. When we talk about environment, as Dr. Said said, like to quantify, if we talked about energy, it focuses on, like, for example, energy reduction, energy, CO2 reduction, recycling, supporting local communities and all. So that doesn't fall directly under the ICB. Maybe the training under the ICB too. So by definition, it doesn't connect, but there is some project that focus on the renewable energy. So if we looked on the renewable energy projects, which require ICB plan as well. So there is some connection to that. So the current status of the environment and the ICB, from my experience, is separate, but it's there. And there is the HSE audit as well, which is treated separately in the contract. Yeah, so that's basically the situation in the market.
I don't think it is necessarily the weakest link. I think it's just sector or a dimension that hasn't been given its place. Because as long as we are still thinking of environment as compliance thing and not a market potential, it's not being given its opportunity. But it certainly has got a lot of potential, but I don't think it's actually the weakest link as such.
So answering the same question. Thank you, Professor Said. Actually, first of all, the objective of ICV is different than the objective of the environment. Objective ICV mostly concentrated in local business, local employee, and so on. But when you talk about environment, we are talking about GHG reduction, circular economy, energy saving, water saving, and this is as good a value because doing such thing, it could help later on. That's what I can say.
So they go along each other.
Yeah, they can go along each other, and we can have, at in the next stage of ICV, we can put some pillar for environment, like for example, a company has got ISO 14001, for example, for environment certification, how much they're reducing the energy barrier, and so on, something like that.
But my inquiry in here, why companies and institutions are not paying attention or much attention to the environment aspect overall?
No, for video, I'm talking about video. We are taking video, environment is one of the pillars. We have, for example, I give you an example. Last year, we managed to recycle around 30% of our hazardous waste, 30%. For hazard, for non-hazardous, around maybe 12%. In addition, we are supporting R&D project related to the environment, like waste producing, add value from the waste. For example, one project, maybe a bit going out, we have one project with Sohar University to reuse asphalt in road construction, again, and grit blasting. There's a lot of projects we are doing with Sohar, SQ, and others. So it's really, as a BDO, maybe she was there, she knows we are taking environment one of the pillars.
Okay. Dr. Hilal, in Dalil Petroleum, tell us, is it the weakest or not?
No, of course.
Is it the weakest link?
Okay. First of all,
do you have something like values, numbers to tell us, for example,
yes,
that this is not the case in Dalil Petroleum?
Yes, sure. First of all, environment is one of the element, very important element, because why? We have one planet. So we have to protect this planet. So it's planet, it's everyone's responsibility to protect it. If you talk about Dalil, I can say we are proudly, we are the first operator, zero flaring. So this is very achievement in terms of protecting environment. You know, the Ministry of MEM have a target. We have achieved target last year, 2024. We are already zero flaring. That means we are not harming environment, and we are protecting as much as we can. And it's one of the company value, to protect the environment. And this is static, by the way, and this is proven. And in fact, now we are, of course, BDO, they are leading, but this time we are leading in meeting of the target of MEM. We achieved that target. We are proud to achieve that. Plus, we have a lot of initiative within the company. For example, we don't have the kind of plastic bottle. That one is banned. And we have recycle the plastic also. Plastic, paper, normal paper, and the cans. So we have this campaign across the company. And also we carry this culture to the home. So we are segregating all the plastic. You know, the plastic it take a longer time to disappear in the planet. So that's why we try not to reduce plastic as much as we can. And if you talk our operations, we always use recycled items, especially when we do shipment and packaging. We use recycled papers to ship and to package the stuff, especially when we transfer them from our main warehouse, which is in Muscat, to our field, which is in Ibri. So we take all the reusable and reuse. So we use we call 3 R's: reuse, reduce, and reducing. This is always the culture. Yeah, 3 R's. Sorry, and we are practicing this. So the environment is for us. It's a license also to operate. We are compliant with the regulation of Oman Environment Authority, and we are cooperating. And also we celebrating every year Sa'at al-Ard, as you know, everyone is celebrating this. And also we have environmental day, where we go to society and we plant a lot of trees, مثل أشجار الغاف وإلى آخره. You know, those kind of trees, it's helped to reduce the CO2, and this is very important for the planet. So we really take it very seriously in terms of this. In terms of qualifying people also, we we are jointly with BDO last time. We have trained a lot of QTSC advisors because those position now all of them Omanis. So Omani has to be HSC advisor, and we have trained a lot of Omanis who are now available in the market to look and make sure the implementations of safety and also the environment is protected. So this is like an officer, and he has to perform all those requirements. So really, environment is not the weakest; it's the highest, in fact.
Okay, back again to you, Razan. We don't want to leave today this hall with a kind of a negative attitude that we are not doing very well, especially after hearing, the keynote speaker. He gave some facts that this is the reality in Oman. But can you shed the light that there are also good examples related to the environment? Can you, for example, present some of the cases by any institutions or companies, taking care of the environment aspect overall?
Of course, there are many cases. First of all, PDO, that we were honored to install the first green airport, Qarn al-Alam Fahud and Marmoud, with solar system. So it's set a scene to install renewable energy for infrastructure. Like also there is one initiative by Nama Distribution with APSR for solar community. So basically solar community is a solar system that will be used by the community around that system and against a lower tariff, which is an environmental initiative. Also, there is another initiative, المياه المتجددة or renewed water, to recycle the water. So there's many amazing cases. Also, utility scale project, Abri 1, Abri 2, and many wind project in the south, as you know. So it's very important to the Oman goal is to transition to renewable energy, which is very key elements. And I think by first half of this year, we reached like 20% of the, according to APSR statistics. So when we talk about environment, it's a wide range, but there is a focus on renewable energy in general, and biodiversity, and like not using plastic bag. And at the end, it's our behaviors, how we impact the environment. So it's important. And if we talk from a contractor perspective, like we as a contractor, when we enter any contract, it requires from us to have ISO, which is quality management system, which include suppliers evaluation, ensuring the quality, ensuring the certain standard there. Now this ISO 9001 has been updated this year. It includes sustainability. There is a focus on sustainability. So one of the key things that connected to the ICV is like focus on digitalization of energy efficiency, like monitoring the operation of energy, like how much energy is used, um, like embedding renewable energy within operation. For example, one of the oil and gas companies are encouraging their contractors to replace, like instead of using a diesel generator, you can use a generator using solar. They have a cap instead of using normal DG or electrical source of electricity. They use off-grid with battery solar system. And also within person operations, it can be used to reduce the negative impact to environment, and as can be seen in the market and the worldwide.
Saham, back again. I'm trying to link, today, whatever we hear today. The keynote speaker said, of course, we are lagging behind in the non-conventional ICT. In your opinion, what is the reason? Is it policies? Is it skills? Is it finance? Or something else that we are lagging behind in this aspect?
I think it's all these and maybe some more. So if I expand a little bit, if I start with capability, I think the big issue that I see personally is that what we teach is very theoretical. The students are not exposed to real problems, real projects. They learn a lot of theory, but they don't have the practice. So when they go to industry, they're not ready. So the practical aspect is not there. So that's in terms of capability. The second thing, in terms of finance, of course, the finance here, because we are very much into traditional way of financing, which is based generally on debt, but environmentally related projects sometimes have a long way before they can have returns. So they need capital that is patient. They need a blended finance where the government or a big company needs to put in some of the finance to give comfort to the investors so they can top up. The market also, in terms of the volume of the market and the consistency of the market. If there is not aggregated demand, you don't have scope enough for companies to be able to build a proper sustainable business. If the demand is not sustainable, again, it's difficult to sustain your business. So yeah, capability, finance, policy, market, also data. Data is very critical. We hear now all the time that data is the new gold, is the new oil, is the new whatever you want. So, and data actually is funny because it's not that we don't have data, we do. But first of all, it's in silos all over the place. It's not necessarily all compatible. And it's not necessarily available to innovators, researchers who would take that data, mine it, and do something useful with it. And maybe a final thing I want to add here is the culture. As I said earlier, we still see environment as a compliance thing and not actually a potential revenue or potential value creation. So once the mindset shifts, the rest will come with it.
Dr. Ali, we are always hearing that we have to...
Why? Because we remove that element from the 7 element. And now it's become, in fact, 3, and 1 is optional. The fixed asset was a lot of debate, especially with BDO side, because they think fixed asset is one of the element of ICV, but other operators don't see it. That's why we kept it an optional. But if you talk about the future, if you talk about environment, because about ESG, maybe for ESG, we want to now to become some of the company, like a bank sector, become mandated. They have to report ESG. In other sector is optionals. So maybe this is one of the area for improvement action to call. We want all the supplier to have ESG report, which is sustainability report, to tell how will they do in terms of environment, how will they do in social, how they do in governance. So this will be a kind of recommendation. One, to mandate it, because currently it's optional. It can be mandated, because if you don't mandate it, the private sector, I'm talking about the private sector, they will not react. For us, then we will become a compliance. Once we become a compliance, we'll try to implement it. If you talk about R&D, also, I will try to recommend to focus into water technology. Because in Oman, we have a problem. We have a long sea, alhamdulillah, and we are shorted with underground water. So we need more R&D in water technologies that related to the environment. And I will keep the rest for the...
I would like to just clarify for me, for us, when you said fixed assets, regarding purchasing, for example, fixed assets, are there different weights for fixed assets which are made in Oman or assets which are sold by Omani dealers, but they are not made in Oman?
Yeah, okay. So what we mean by fixed asset here is like a buildings, not related to the products. Fixed building, and for example, company come to in Oman, they will invest in building of the headquarter and also the workshops and so on. This is being considered fixed asset. And normally we used to ask that company, for example, I will give example, let's say Shell company. If they invested in Oman, we'll ask last 3 years, how much they invested, in terms of fixed asset, mean buildings, not the equipment, not the purchase the normal. The purchase one is under product and services. So that is was the delay because for us we don't own the rigs, for example. Maybe in video they own the rigs. Other operators they know. We take it as a service. So for us it's very difficult to calculate the rigs cost, hoist cost, which is that's why it's not applicable for us. But we have to agree among the sectors with the elements, so we can work to achieve the target ICV goals.
شكرا دكتور. Two key points.
To link environment to ICV?
Yes, linking environment to ICV.
I think one of the link to environment, I think circular economy, certain percentage of circular economy, it has to be there. As Oman is committed, and just to know, let you know, there is a committee now with Ministry of Commerce. They're exploring circular economy in Oman, and they are planning to put a target for each year. So currently I'm a member of that team. So circular economy is good to include it. The other one also is committed, Oman, is GHG. We need to know the company, GHG, how much they're reducing ESG. These two, I leave the rest for our colleagues.
No, I'm sure that I'm sure that you will be having a lot of factors. Yes, Razan?
It depends on the operation, but mostly is industry-based reporting. As Dr. said, any company is listed in Muscat stock market, they have to report ESG report. Most of the companies in Oman, they use the GRI standard, but they need to do through IFRS 1 and 2 in sustainability. So that it's high demand, and such companies have big data, so they need to find a common method how to report such data to comply with Muscat stock. Capturing the environmental data in a friendly platform, especially with the recent بالعربي يسموه سوق الشركات الواعدة, so they would be listed as well. So such reporting is required a friendly platform, which is a good business idea for someone or anyone. Yeah, to measure our impact, there is a raise for social investment initiative, which create impact. For example, our organization with the Ministry of Social Development, we have this initiative called Nourek Ardena for 50 houses فئة الضمان. So it's a sustainable impact to provide solar systems for 50 houses, which is a noble thing to do and amazing thing. So in summary, so we need to track our impact, report it very well, and that's it.
I'll go very, very simple. I think if we want to link ICV and sustainability, we have to walk the talk. If you give ICV credits to performance, environmental performance, basically you get rewarded in ICV terms for saving water, for reducing emissions. Overnight, you have a market of green industry in Oman. So you just need to actually recognize it and give it credits within the ICV system, which is not the case now. Because now everyone is going one different direction. So I think that's probably the most powerful way, because you're showing that actually you mean it. You are judged by environmental performance as well as the rest. Because right now we have like mixed messages. Yes, we want you to do local, so you get rewarded for buying local, for employing local, but actually what you do in terms of environmental performance, well, yeah, in terms of ICV it means nothing. So that's why I say I have to walk the talk.
Okay, thank you. Right now, if there are questions. No questions? Okay, sure. We'll start, and then, because the mic is closer in here. خلي معي. Okay.
Just a quick point.
Yeah.
Sorry, a naive point of view, but aren't we forcing two things
voice, Your Highness.
Aren't we forcing two issues that don't go very well together in the sense of the jurisdiction, the reporting, and the sort of imposition of a very important aspect, the environment, on the local content policy? What we probably fall into the trap is we're trying to encompass everything under this one concept, which is all good and well, but we have a lot of jurisdictions crisscrossing over here, and I think we will fall into the trap of over-compliance, lack of compliance because of the burden that we are. And from what I've heard from all of the panelists, there are so many working pieces here. Something could easily break, and we will start to fabricate much of this achievement. So we need to be mindful of that, I think, that we're burdening ICV or the local content policy with too many things, that we need to perhaps sequence things logically so we have everything come together nicely eventually, but not front load everything right now and expect it all to work later.
It's a very, very good point, and I totally agree with you, but I think we don't have to do everything in environment. We don't need to shove everything from environment within the ICV, but only what makes sense. For example, what would encourage creating green industries. There's so much potential, and ICV is one way to actually give it a chance to happen. So I totally agree with not front-loading everything. So how you do it is critical, because you could kill it by doing it wrong, and also the phase-in is also critical. So I think that the ICV could help develop a green industry if done properly. Like most things, you can do a lot, but if you don't do it properly, you end up with a bigger problem than you started with. So I see it as a helper, enabler, but certainly not shove everything in one go from day one. I totally agree.
Can I add up one point? So I will give you a case study. So we were selected as SME for a contract in renewable energy. So majority of the item in the project is from China, to be honest, because the client required tier 1 materials, so mostly from China, except for the cables and parts of the LV panel. And we had a very difficult challenge in the design and calculation, manufacturing, and bring it to Oman. So it took the timeline around 3 months. It was a big issue. So we got an idea to get, it was for the structure. So we got the idea to get a local structure. So we did the design locally, the structure, which is a huge part of the contract value. We did it locally. It was manufactured using raw material from Oman, in Oman, by an Omani owned. The cost was similar, a little bit higher, but the reduction of time, so the approval design took maybe 1 to 2 weeks. With that, from in China, it took 1 month. And then in manufacture in China would have taken 45 days. In Oman, it took 30 days. The delivery was the next day, but from China, it will take how many? 2 months. So we saved time. We did the ICV using a local manufacturer with higher quality also, with a little higher price. So such ICV was incorporated in a sustainable project. So it can work if we think about it.
Yes, I guess I'll add what she said. Buying, in fact, from the local is supporting the environment. How? Because when you calculate the calculation CO2, it will come from, let's say, example from China. So you have to calculate the product CO2 from China to Oman, how it been shipped and how many CO2 been generated. So by buying local product, you will help the environment because the calculation will be less. Plus, she's already mentioned delivery time. The delivery time will be fast. So buying the local product from the local supplier, it's supporting the environment. That's what I want to add.
But how CO is less?
Less because, see, for transporting, good on transporting. Yes, exactly. That's why the calculation of CO2, and this is a call for international call to reduce CO2 worldwide, not only in Oman. So you will only start calculating in Oman, and from factory, let's assume a factory in Rusail, So we're only starting calculating from resale until deliver to the client. So the number of C2 is a bit less. So we are helping environment. So buying local product, buying local supplier, it's helping the environment worldwide.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sayyid Ariful Haq. I'm doing PhD in Marine Science. So my question is about fish waste. I'm doing also research on
Voice,
fish
please. Your voice.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm doing research on fish waste and fish economy. Like that in Oman, I see that huge types of fish wastes. Like that 4 kg fish you buy from the market, 50% just throw out only fish muscle taken. So those fish waste return to the valuable resource, and the whole world is a valorization. So environmental authority can take the necessary steps like that. This waste, maybe fish head, it's a raw, can be, you can transfer to the different country, export it. Secondly, it will be valorized like the fish feed. Thirdly, it will be the high circular economy like that, gelatin, different types of compounds you can extract. And industry, if you cannot imagine the Friday from one fish market, how much fish byproduct, fish wastage they can produce, and they only dump to the different parts of the dustbin. So how we can valorize these types of resources, and is a sustainable resources, and for the green Oman and green economy, Oman Vision 2040, it is very important for sustainability.
Okay, because the voice is not very clear, but what I understood, he's talking about fish waste, yeah, and how to minimize the waste and utilize the waste, as part of the vision, of the country. How to utilize this waste? Any comment?
So this is like organic waste. So organic waste can be utilized. I mean, for fish, we need to look what can we produce fertilizer from it, composting. Can we generate energy from it? Because you can generate biogas, you can generate biomass from it's only digestion, and you can do that one. I agree we have a lot of quantity of waste fish, and that can be utilized for fertilizer, for production of biogas, and the technology is available. It's really technology is available.
Okay, would you like to add?
Very quickly, this is one of the opportunities, for example, that local content can enable this by actually giving opportunities to use that waste to local SMEs, and then they can create a sustainable business.
Okay, the mic in here.
First of all, thank you for a very engaging discussion. I'm Bindia from Center for Preparatory Studies. My question is, what initiatives have we taken to ensure public awareness on environment protection is enforced? Not enforced exactly, but
the mic, please, closer to.
What initiatives have we taken to ensure there is public awareness on environment protection at a domestic level, at a personal level? Can we think in terms of a kitchen garden in every house, planting more trees personally in one's own environment, making sure there is recycling happening, and segregation of waste at a domestic level? Because I do think this all contributes towards the vision.
So basically, here the question is the initiatives. It's not only to the companies, institutions, but maybe from the house, houses and so on. So, yeah.
I've talked about video regarding the plantations. In last 2 weeks ago, during the 3 days, agricultural date, we distributed more than 800 local trees to our staffs. Also last year, we planted into the last 2 years around more than 3,000 in our concession areas, and we have a lot of projects going on. In addition, also during Environment Day, we do campaigns in our concession areas for the employee, for the contractor. So this is type of awareness for communities, because imagine you have 50,000 staff in video, each one how many people in his family. So this is already there, but we need to agree with you. We need to have more awareness to the peoples, especially with GSG and other.
fact, what Dr. Ali said, same what we do also in Dalil Petroleum. But on the top of that, also Muscat Municipality, they do some time competition, the best gardening who has it in the front of his house, which is also to encourage the people themselves to do in front of their house. But for the company level, yes, we do distribute to the staff, and sometimes also we have a special discount with the nursery. So we encourage the people to buy with corporate discounted rate. But now this is the time is good if you want to grow anything, it's the right time. So we encourage everybody because it's not government responsibility, it's also individual. Because this is planet not for us, it's for us and for the grandchildren and grandchildren. So we have one planet, everyone responsible to protect that planet.
Everybody, you know, the organizing committee, they are saying, "Khalas, that's it." Dr. Yasser gave me, you know, he told me that you have to finish by 10 minutes past 1. And I believe we are on time. Thank you very much for your positive interaction. And also, I would like to thank the panelists, Dr. Siham, Razan, Dr. Ali, and Dr. Hilal. Thank you very much.
والآن ندعو الدكتور أحمد الحجري لإلقاء توصيات الملتقى.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making it today forum. Allow me to close today's forum with the three clear messages that define how local content not only used as an economic instrument, but as a national development strategy. So message number one, local content as a sustainable development tool. So local content is far more than procurement rules and percentage targets. It's a strategic instrument that supports the three pillars of sustainable development as we've seen today. Economic, for example, building competitive Omani businesses, creating jobs, on the social elements as well, developing skills, supporting communities, and as we just heard about the environment, how important it is to local content. So when we approach local content through this integrated lens, we shift from short-term compliance to long-term national value creation, and this calls for to revisit the definition that we discussed in the first session. We need to revisit the definition of local content to incorporate all these elements. Message number two, governance and data systems matter. Strong governance is essential for meaningful local content impact. So we need a unified policies across institutions, consistent reporting standards, and reliable and transparent data system that allow us to measure progress. So we need to make it as well, when we build this system, we need to make it user-friendly for different categories of organizations. Message number three, system thinking, as we first heard in the first keynote, everything is connected. Oman's development challenges are interconnected: unemployment, supply chains, skill development, business growth. To understand this, we must be willing to put ourselves in the shoes of others. The young graduates who cannot find job, a worker who has been laid off and is struggling to pay bills, the small business owner fighting every month to stay open, and the community that feels left out of the fair economic opportunity. So their challenges are not separate stories, they are singles of how the overall system is functioning. So when any part of our society is left behind, Oman loses potential, talent, and stability. This is why breaking silos is no longer an optional, it's a national necessity. So for Oman to compete and succeed, we must think and act as one connected ecosystem. A national call, last message. We need to support the new authority and embrace shared responsibility. So as Oman enters a new phase of strengthening local content, we now have the newly established authority dedicated to projects, procurement, and local content. So this institution has a significant role to play, but it cannot succeed alone. We must all support this authority with clear data, honest reporting, collaboration, and aligned efforts. And equally, the authority must recognize that local content is a shared responsibility, shared national responsibility involving government, private sector, academia, civil society, and local communities. Local content will flourish only when the authority empowers others, listens to others, and works hand in hand with broader ecosystem. Its success depends on all of us, and our success depends on all it. Thank you very much for this. Next one.
نشكر لكم حضور أعمال هذا الملتقى، وندعو الآن الدكتور المختار بن سيف العبري لتكريم المشاركين في الجلستي الثانية والثالثة. المستشار ناصر بن محمد الحسني. الأستاذ الدكتور سعيد بن مبارك المحرمي. الفاضلة أمينة السعدي. الفاضل فريد شيخ. الفاضلة نورة البلوشي. الدكتور أحمد الحجري. الدكتورة سهام بنتواتي. الدكتور علي العلوي. الدكتور هلال الصواعي. الفاضلة رزان الزجالي. وختاما نسأل الله العظيم أن نكون قد وفقنا في المساهمة لإثراء المحتوى المحلي وتعزيز دوره في دعم الاقتصاد الوطني. ويسعدنا كذلك أن نهنئكم جميعا بمناسبة اليوم الوطني العماني، وكل عام وأنتم بخير، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وكذلك تفضلوا على وجبة الغداء. في الطابق الأول